Niger Watch, the only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Niger Watch, yo! No more bad government. Niger Watch. No more bad government. Niger Watch. No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad government. Niger Watch. No more bad government. For the poor. No more bad government. Niger Watch. No more bad government. Niger Watch media. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger Watch. No more bad government. Niger Watch, yo! The voice of the voiceless! The voice of the voiceless, voice for the voiceless! Voice for the voiceless! Niger Watch media! Voice for the voiceless! Niger Watch media! Voice for the voiceless! The only media that have been speaking against bad government, being consistency since 1944. Voice for the voiceless! Voice for the voiceless! Umuwame! Voice for the voiceless! Umuwame! Voice for the voiceless! 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 Niger Watch, yo! We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and we recommend
a group of people who feel entitled that everything belongs to them. They can decide to kill, they can decide to give life, they can decide to do anything. They take the resources of the job people, the Czech people, other people. When we are talking of Nigeria, these few people take everything and threaten everybody. Go to our communities. They have spoiled everything in the community. You cannot go for preaching. You cannot go for anything. They're here. Just a few people. A few people who feel that everything must belong to them. A few people who, we are not talking of generality. A few people who feel entitled. And everybody is afraid. Nobody wants to speak. People cannot go to fishing here. They are dying. Everybody is dying. The hunger started. Today now people cannot afford garri. They can't afford rice. They can't afford beans. Bread, that one, Oyibo man food. They can't afford anything. Everywhere is spoiled. Businessmen are crying. Even billionaires are crying now. You can't do your business. There's no diesel to run anything. It's hard. You can't drive your car any longer. A few people are afraid of them. We're talking about Tinubu, we're talking about governors, we're talking about local government chairmen. It's just small. We say we're under a democracy. We're not under a democracy. We're not under a democracy. A group of people fighting the democratic institution, fighting the personalities managing the democratic institution, and stay somewhere and destroy everything and steal everything. Nobody can talk to them because they have the guns of the taxpayers. They have the guns of the taxpayers, which they will kill the people. Everybody that talks, they will threaten, will kill you. Who gives them that constitutional right? Who gives them that constitutional right? Where did they get it from? Because the people are afraid of them. Who gave anybody under the constitution for somebody to fly an unmarked helicopter on top of somebody's house? For over 30 minutes, frightening people. There are children here, traumatizing people. And you come out and say, I will kill you. How many people have you killed? How many bandits have you killed? You are giving the taxpayers money. You have not killed bandits. You have not killed you have not killed people. You want to kill the person who assists you in the battlefront, who stand with you shoulder to shoulder, who is in the same trenches with you. Because you want the business to continue. The business of the people dying in the northeast, the north central, northwest, and in the southeast. The business of the people dying. You want it to continue so that you can line your pocket. Who doesn't know? Because they don't want to talk about it. How can government establish institutions that will be working against the people, and the people cannot talk? If we talk, they threaten us with death. Death where? I saw somebody obituary, my friend in Warri. I saw his obituary about 3 days ago. I was shocked. He's 56. Made money. I asked him, who gave you the right to fly an unmarked helicopter over people's houses without looking at safety? Who gave you the right? Where? Where is it written? You came yesterday. You flew the same helicopter. You flew the same helicopter yesterday. The places where you have caused war and battle, you have not sorted it out. You want to open another front. You are posting. You are posting. Go and solve the one you started in the northeast first. Then we'll know. Why would you put the country through wars? The life of the citizens of this country doesn't matter. Every citizen that is killed under any other guise is a loss to this country. And the people don't know. You are clapping, you are happy. Because today, it is not you, it is with somebody else. We go after bad people.
Sir, honorable member, yes, my suggestion is coming from your point. You said that one of the problems is that the majority in the House, when you people take bills to do the reform, the electoral reform to the House, the majority will kick against it because the criminality is helping them survive. My own suggestion to this reform is that the senators and House of Reps should also have a limited time in office. Just as the president is doing 4 years and another 4 years, they should also be limited so that the majority will come down. That is one. Then my second question still goes to you. If I listen correctly, 32 years in office, what is the benefit of biasance to your administration? And why is it that for 32 years, you are still in office? Is it that the whole of Bayelsa cannot produce a standard youth or a suitable man to take your office?
Thank you. 1 minute, stay, come here.
Now, I will also, I know we've said this over and over, and all of you are laughing here. I go back, sir, you have no right. If you want to insult, you insult your generation and not us. 2020, I know a number of my friends who came out and were injured and all. Your generation did nothing of sort. We tried to take this country and you stole it from us. So please, you have no right to do that. Then to Honorable Ben and Honorable Frederick, please, 32 years, sir, that was before I was born. You have been in that seat. I only heard your name 2 years ago when your mother died. I heard your name second time when Karo Market was on fire and you made promises. That was it. I never saw you. You cannot always sit in your office. You say you bring bill you do this.
Thank
He was
you.
denied. You educate the constituent.
Thank
Come
you.
to social media. Don't
Thank
appoint media aid because somebody helped you during election and you gave them, and they are not doing anything. We don't know the work you are doing, and you only wait for meetings like this to tell us you push bill. It's not done. Educate us. Tell us what we are doing day to day. You are working
right.
for us.
Thank you. My question is very simple. My question is, how can we create an atmosphere or create a system that can work for us as an electorate?
Yes.
When the system has already manipulated, corrupted, and been deprived by the individual, and now how can we protect our vote in the polling unit when we have already been deprived from the polling unit?
Thank you.
That is my question.
Thank you. Please go straight to the point.
And so I don't know what anybody enjoys as a majority parliamentarian, but I'm very comfortable that I have been elected severally by my people to represent them.
Able to be accounted for, that you took away with you a lot of public funds.
Oh my
How
God.
do you account for that?
Oh my God. Accountability under my watch is open for public scrutiny till death. Let me tell you something about this Rio. I borrowed 50 million naira from late Senator Ifeanyi Uba to come and train Team Nigeria to take them to Rio. The first release from government came 4 days into Olympics. I went to Olympics. I bought my ticket myself and I went to Olympics. Investment in sports. And government needs to move from the mentality of seeing sports as recreation. Because government investment in sports has been abysmal. I would have thought that my father, Afeo Balola, should have not taken this route. Because, I mean, he has exposed his legacies to public attack. And I don't see him surviving it. Because Dele is a reputable human rights activist. I mean, his profile is highly revered by most Nigerians. So they will never understand him with all his claim for defamation, for this, for that. If I were to advise him, he would have just called Dele and said, look, my son, I mean, this is not the way to go. You will also get to where I am today. Despite what you would have known about me, I mean, this wasn't the better way to handle it. That was how I was mentored by Chief Lar. But you see, he had condescended into the arena. And it is him now and his family versus Nigerians. And I don't see him ending up as a victor.
A Nigerian who feel defamed and who feel wrongfully attacked in writing or by manner of speaking, how do you, as a lawyer, how do you think that could be best handled, legally speaking?
You have the right to go to court. You have the right to seek redress in court. You have the right to report like he did. But let me tell you something that happened. When I was in office, Vanguard accused me of stealing 18 billion. And people said, oh, I should take Vanguard to court. But I told myself that if I have not accepted to be a minister, this wouldn't have happened. And having accepted this responsibility, there's a better way of dealing with it. And I went the other way to reach out to them and say, hey, man, you didn't get it right. And I think you owe me an apology so that this issue is laid to rest. And we settled it. The issue died within a short span of time. But this very issue will live and linger for a very long time.
You recently shared a troubling experience on social media where you were denied, according to you, medical treatment due to the
Nature. Because you are
All right, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all, my people. We are back here again. Our presentation continues, but I thought I should quickly come in to say one or two things concerning this particular last video from Sheung Mike on podcast. Thank you very much. Mother for Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Happy new week to you. Thanks for all that you do for us here. We appreciate you always. Thank you very much, Abu Azi. We appreciate you. Thanks for all that you do. I appreciate you all right there, Madam Rita. I can see you, Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, Timmy Idibe, Madam Amen Bright. Thank you, my people. Kinsdale Gera here. Thank you, my people. Chris Sunday, I can see you as well. Grace Home and Properties. Thank you, my people. Flame, I can see you. Thank you. Every one of you right there. I've showcased so many people already on the screen. Just wanted to quickly pick one or two verbally. Patty Solomon, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Christy CXL, thank you very much. Good evening to you all. Florence, Obia, thank you very much. Peggy Modi, and many others. And God bless you. Now do your part by pressing on the like button, help us to share. Press on the dollar sign, encourage what we do here by supporting the channel. Shooks Leo, I can see you just coming in. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. I just wanted to speak on that cabaz that I've been talking about for a while. See, this particular man coming out now to tell us that, what's his name again? Solomon DeLong. You know, Oga Solomon DeLong telling us that cabaz was actually the one that ruled Buhari's government from day one throughout the 8 years in office. And these have been going on in Nigeria. The same thing in states where you see governor ruling, you know, you see some satanic, gullible youth to be fighting because of this same governor, not knowing that there are other persons actually ruling the state. They only just put your satanic governor there as an image for you to embrace confusion amongst yourselves. That's what happened in Buhari's regime. This is somebody that worked with Buhari, telling us now that Kabaz was the one that ruled Buhari. In fact, Buhari was sidelined. It was shut up. He couldn't say nothing throughout his tenure. They only brought him as a figure, you know, as being a lot. You know that during that time, a lot of people were actually clamoring for Buhari. I was part of the people that said, let Buhari just come in because of the past record and as a military ruler then. So I will not lie. I did not support, but I advocated by saying, it's better me Buhari just come in than these PDP people and all that, blah, blah, blah. But not knowing, say, now Kabaz, now he rule us for a whole 8 years. Now, this same man telling us now that Tinubu's Kabaz are more sophisticated. We talked about this sometime last week. Tinubu's Kabaz are more sophisticated. It means that Tinubu is not also the one ruling us now. He's just there as Jagaban. He get these people where they call Kabaz. So where you and I know they see, we don't know them. Their name not their social media. Their name doesn't trend. But they are the one taking the decision that is affecting you and I today in our country. It's very unfortunate. Who are these Kabaz? The ghost Kabaz. Who are they? Now, when you try to question any of our government, you see some of our gullible youth be saying, oh, I love this one. Don't talk to that one like that. I love Tinubu. I love the other one, blah, blah. Listen, we have a long way to go. And the funny part of it is that, or rather the fortunate part of it is that we all are getting old. We're not going to be like, say, we just still talk. Our time will still pass. We're not old. And the sad part of it now is that many of our children might not even have time for this thing. I mean, not know the generation where they grow up, also. They might not even have time. So there's every possibility that this satanic set of politicians and the Kabaz might probably rule us forever in Nigeria. Because the generation where they come now not get time for politics. So they only watch politics. They are not interested. Yes, I personally asked them questions here in Nigeria. They are not interested. They know. Do you know the funny part? I asked one yesterday here. You don't even know because I showed this person, the vice president, because we're talking about Kemi. Wait till the vice president talk about Kemi and all that, blah, blah, blah. You know, you don't know who will be vice president. A lot of them are like that. They are not even sure who is their governor. Some of them, they manage to know their governor. They are not sure who is the deputy governor. They are not interested. Instead of us now to put ourselves together to see how we can rescue our country for the betterment of us and our future generation, We'll be fighting ourselves. See people coming out to say, I love this one, not talk to this one like that. I too love the other one. Like somebody called it to my show the other day, say, I too love Obaseki. Just imagine that. We don't have to love these people. It's our responsibility to hold them accountable for the time and duration they spend in power. But when you are trying to hold these people accountable, you see people coming in to say, I love this one. I love Tinubu. I love Buhari. I don't understand. Is that true why these people are capitalizing on our stupidity? Knowing that, yes, unity can never come amongst us. Someone will continue to capitalize on their stupidity. Meanwhile, what do I know? Other African countries now, they don't exit from ECOWAS. ECOWAS don't grant them now, say, all right, the pressure is too much, you can go. Now, listen to this.
State ECOWAS has accepted Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger's requests and determination to exit the Union. ECOWAS will start the transition process from these hunters. However, the president of ECOWAS maintains the door is still open for mediation during this transition phase from January to July 2025. Arise correspondent Punariman Benjamin reports.
It is the 66th ECOWAS meeting with leaders of state and government. In attendance are 12 regional leaders, with the exception of 3 countries, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. The focus is to decide on the request of the 3 military juntas to take their countries out of the regional bloc as their 1-year notice expires. In his opening remarks, the chairman and authority of heads of state and government and president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, underlined the importance of the region being united despite present issues.
The strength of our region lies in our unity and through integration.
Yes, Nigeria is moving backward. Other countries are moving forward. Many other countries are fighting for their freedom. Nigeria are moving backward. If I talk now, say, Tinubu is not the right person to rule us, now you see satanic set of supporters will come in. I love Tinubu. Obaseki ruled for 8 years. He failed. In fact, a satanic principal, Shomole, hand over to him. After that one, he failed. Obaseki, in fact, oh no. Me, I feel forgive all these leaders, but I don't feel forgive people now where they support them. I don't fit. Because I believe sin will be the problem of ourselves. Other countries are moving forward. You know, we are still clapping. Let's be hopeful. Let's pray. Nigeria will be better. Not be prayer. Those people, they do their own. So, na prayer. We they pray, they speak Satan. Sebo. Look where we are today. Nothing is working. Yes. In fact, I need to baptize Una. Make I baptize all those satanic. I'm focusing on the satanic supporters of these satanic leaders that have been ruling us, recycling themselves since God knows when. I need to baptize you and make you get sense.
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
Yes, we need to baptize you. Because many of una not get sense. Now be the problem we they face. Politicians don't see and finish say una not go ever change. So in case you don't know the meeting where they do for our back, the meeting where they do for our back, we say these people, I'm not saying they are confused. They like to fight with themselves. You know, don't worry. If they talk small now, they go enter house. And that is what is happening. That is the absolute truth. What is happening to us? We're always fighting ourselves. We don't have any single focus amongst us. What a shame. See where we did. Other countries are moving forward. Now only us. When I say that baptizing not go reach you, make I pray for you now. Now I need prayer. right. Yes. We need to dey pray for una because you don't look like so they go anywhere. And so it be, not be like so they go. See Kemi now. Some of Nigerians are also insulting Kemi now from talking all the way from United Kingdom for that side. They say some of our police people now Ojibole. Now he doesn't talk. I tell her yesterday we'll go back Kemi make she stop talking. Una not go back her. She doesn't talk another one again. I'll more listen to this one quickly.
The leader of the United Kingdom's Conservative Party, Kemi Badenoch, topped the list of trends over the weekend in the wake of her interview with The Spectator, where she stated that she identifies more with the Yoruba ethnic group than the people from northern Nigeria. Her comments sparked a wave of criticism. Let me take that statement really quickly. Kemi Badenoch was quoted as saying, "I find it interesting that everybody defines me as being Nigerian. I identify less with the country than with the specific identity that is Yoruba. That's what I really am. I have nothing in common with the people from the north of the country, the Boko Haram, where the Islamism is. Those were our ethnic enemies. And yet you end up being lumped in with those people." Kemi Badenoch. I mean, this was quite disappointing, Rufai. Yeah, really disappointing. Let me take a comment. This is from Cletus, who wrote, "Statements like these are harmful and create unnecessary division. Saying I have nothing in common with people from the north is unfair and wrong. Nigerians, whether Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, or from any other group, are connected by a shared identity and the challenges we all face. Instead of dividing us, we should focus on what unites us as a nation. As the elections approach, politicians must avoid such language. Sadly, even some of our own politicians are guilty of making similar divisive statements during the campaigns. This is unacceptable. They should speak responsibly and focus on addressing issues like insecurity, poverty, and development, rather than promoting division or hatred. Leadership should unite us, not tear us apart." Dr. Abati, I know you've seen these comments. I mean, many people condemned Kemi Badenoch with this statement. I mean, it is all in the wake of, the response from Vice President Kashim Shettima, who had actually told her you can remove Kemi from your name, telling her that Nigeria is the greatest country on earth. But we also know that Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to caution Vice President Kashim Shettima against further verbal attacks on Kemi Badenoch. Your comment, Dr. Abati.
Okay, ethnic identity is one of those centrifugal points at the heart of the Nigerian question. Also throwing up the question about nationhood. Are we really a nation? Mm-hmm. There are Nigerian leaders who have even questioned the issue that we're just a geographical expression, as Chief Obafemi Awolowo said in the 1940s. In the constitutional conferences processes of the 1950s, identity, whether we should be together, was also an issue. And it was also eventually what led to the Civil War. So it's centrifugal, because it's always a problem. It doesn't bring us together when politicians exploit it. And some people say, well, we should look at centripetal forces that can bring us together. But ethnicity remains a very major problem in this country. And people, for primordial, emotional, or simply out of ignorance, capitalize on the ethnic divisions for their own purposes. Some intelligent, some mischievous, some difficult to understand. Now, having said that theoretical base, on Kemi Badenoch's case, now there have been various opinions on this. I cite two examples, just to make it easier. Dr. Umado wrote a piece in which he was talking about the fallacy of identity. And his argument is that Kemi Badenoch should not be saying wrong things about our Nigerian heritage. That as somebody who was a product of this society, she may have done well in the United Kingdom, but she should also respect the heritage that she comes from. In other words, she should not stay outside and be throwing stones at, a point of extraction. That's one view, and it's a popular view. But equally popular is the view expressed by Bishop Matthew Kuka in an article, I think, in the Leadership newspaper, in which he was saying that, look, we should perhaps be focusing more on the achievement of Kemi Badenoch. What is our achievement? The first black leader of the Conservative Party, a party that is 190 years old. And, you know, he said all of that, that in itself is not a mean achievement. And it was that prompted Umado rejoinder. So you find people looking at it from two different angles. However, the Spectator article that you referred to, when I reviewed it, it seems to me that Kemi Badenoch has a reputation for straight talking. I don't know how you define straight talking. In that same interview, they asked her what she takes for lunch. She says lunch is for wimps. And this generated a lot of controversy, even in England there, with Keir Starmer attacking her and saying, no, lunch is not for wimps. And she said, oh, people who take lunch breaks, you know, they are weak people, and sandwiches, you know, that she doesn't eat soggy bread, that when she's going to the office, she goes with her. Okay, that caused controversy. It was in that same interview that she says, I have nothing to do with the North. These are people who are into Boko Haram and all of that. Well, you may say, straight talking along that line, you may not want to excuse it, but that's how she felt. And she said, you know, there are so many other things that she has said that are considered controversial. What we must realize at the end of the day is that Kemi Badenoch has made her choice. She says in that same interview that her ambition is to serve Britain. Her ambition is to rebuild the Tory party. So she's not really interested in what goes on in Nigeria. And I'm sure that her ultimate ambition will be perhaps to emerge as the Prime Minister of Great Britain tomorrow. Well, we now know that if she emerges as Great Britain Prime Minister tomorrow, we will not be so enthusiastic to be saying our daughter is now Prime Minister of Great Britain.
That is a solid point, Dr. Abati. I mean, if she emerges as Prime Minister, though, what is she going to do at that point with this diplomatic row already festering between her and Vice President Kashim Shettima? If you're attacking the Vice President, you might as well attack the President.
Sorry, I remember one thing. Sunday Igboho
yes,
was said to have issued a
statement.
I consider that statement illiterate because the matter between Kemi Badenoch and Shettima is not a fight between North and South. Yeah. And Sunday Igboho was saying that in 2021, when his house was stormed, it was because he criticized the Buhari administration. It's not because he criticized Buhari administration. It was because they thought he was organizing the Yoruba region in an act of insurrection against the Nigerian state. That was the issue. So it's a false equivalent. The analogy is not correct to say that, oh, Kemi Badenoch has said this, therefore Tinubu should warn Senator Kashim Shettima and tell him to be careful not to talk against Kemi Badenoch again. How ridiculous is that? The president, the vice president, the president is not the headmaster of the vice president. Well, that's why I think it's in fact the statement issued by Sunday Igboho that is more provocative. It's like pouring petrol on a matter that, you know, could just be overlooked.
All right. Well, Rufai, before I come to you, in another interview, Kemi shared a negative experience with the Nigerian police, comparing them to the British police. The Conservative leader spoke with the Free Press, where she described the Nigerian police as thieves who stole her brother's watch and shoes. Let's take a look.
Do you trust the British police?
I do. But, you know, remember my experience with the police in Nigeria was very negative. And coming to the UK, my first experience with the police was very positive. You know, the police in Nigeria would rob us. So when people say, oh, I have this bad experience with the police because I'm black and they're white, I was like, well, you know, I remember the police stole my brother's shoes and his watch.
His shoes?
Yeah, they took his shoes and his watch. It's a very poor country. So, you know, people do all sorts of things, and giving people a gun is just a license to intimidate. But that's not the bar we should use for British police. Obviously, it should be much higher. But my experience was so positive when I was burgled, for example. The police were there, very helpful. They eventually caught the person. This is 2004, so 20 years ago. The police did catch criminals, and now we've given them too much to do. in my view. So the police are the first line of defense for everything. And I think that burden makes it a lot harder for them to actually do the basics. And that's another thing that we need to look at.
Well, Rufai, Kemi Badenoch came under fire with a statement as well, because, I mean, they didn't even ask her about the Nigerian police. What was the need of highlighting the Nigerian police? Well, let me just bring some balance with, with the criticism she faced with this tweet. This person wrote, Kemi Badenoch's statement highlights the unfortunate reality of police misconduct and the struggles many face in Nigeria due to systemic issues. While her comment may feel harsh to some, it's important to use such remarks as a starting point for constructive dialogue about the pressing need for reform and accountability. Nigeria is rich in culture, resources, and potential, but corruption and mismanagement have left many disillusioned. It's not about labeling the country as poor, but addressing the deep-rooted challenges that led to such actions. True progress will come when these systems are overhauled and the people are empowered to demand better governance and justice. I mean, while this tweet is quite apt, we cannot say that the British police is not corrupt either. I mean,
very corrupt.
What really is going on here with Kemi Badenoch?
Fantastically corrupt. Couple of things, Oji, and please, I beg you, please give me time.
Go ahead.
Good, very good. Number one, a lot of Nigerians are ignorant of what Kemi is doing. What is Kemi doing? Kemi is subjugating our own people to make Britain look good in the face of white nationalists. It's a deliberate attempt. These white nationalists believed in colonialism. They believed that black people are subservient to them. These were the same people that sold black people in slave markets. So these white nationalists have a mentality. Kemi feeds into the mentality by doing something called confirmation bias, that the black people you subjugated over the years remain down. So it's good for her to say these things bad about her country, so that the white nationalists and the supremacists she's trying to incur her, to get their votes, will continue to support her. And you know why she's doing that? Because she's also in a race with Nigel Farage of Reform Party to show who is more very right-wing and hardline. That's the game she's playing. When she wanted Nigerians' vote in Dulwich, she reached out to the Nigerian people, but it's a political game she plays. So most of the percentage of Nigerian people that comment on this matter don't know what she's doing, and I'm trying to be able to bring it to the fore. And that's why she will make lies part of her statement. Things like, oh, colonialism, I think she said one thing, we shouldn't thank the British for colonialism or something, they should not pay reparation. I think she said that part of the
I remember some statement about reparation.
Yeah, she said the British should not pay reparation. After even the British themselves have accepted, because it's a thing among the white...
I think it was for what
right-wing nationalists want. They don't want to pay reparation. They think it's a good thing. And that's why a girl that lived in VI, a woman that grew up in VI, will be citing all sorts of instances. Like, we don't get knifed in the UK. There are places I can't go in the UK, Peckham. I know a lot of people there, but Aomo, Mamasha, Disale, the Peckham. See, you will get knifed, Oji. The insecurity is crazy. The UK police she's talking about was not the UK police officer that raped somebody. What she will have said was to address the case of the UK police officer rather than coming back to the Nigerian police. I'm not saying, please, and you see the delusion a lot of people also have is, they get me wrong. They say, oh, is Kemi not saying the truth? Yeah, the things are the truth. I'm not saying you don't speak the truth. But situate it properly. That's what Kemi is not doing. Secondly, she made another fallacy by saying she doesn't have anything in common with the North. She's a lying person. She lies too much. Go and check. Dr. Abati, you know a lot about languages. Are we not in the same Kwa language group? The Benue Congo Kwa language group? So according to language and language classification, you have something in common with them. Secondly, she also made another fallacy by saying, no, you can't say, okay, I'm directly Yoruba and not want to identify with Nigeria, because this is the country that bet you. Secondly, she also made another fallacy by saying the people of the North are our ethnic enemies. They are never our ethnic enemies. We don't have any ethnic enemies in this country. You might have disagreements with people from other parts of the country, even with your fellow Yorubas, but it doesn't mean you're ethnic enemies, because, and that's why I think the Nigerian government should write the British government about Kemi Badenoch. It is messages like this that spur a redentist and divisive nature. People like Lagospedia, these are the ones carrying this mantra. And they are spewing like happened in the last election. Because when you start to say things like this, you forget this was the same narrative they were spewing in the 60s during the Civil War, when the October massacre happened, when people were killed in Kano. This was the same narrative. Right. So that's incitement, and that's what we should write about. And lastly, please, nobody's saying Kemi should not point out our experiences, but we are saying situate it properly. Every nation in the world, if I'm to also write my experience about the UK, it's not that good. But she's not situating it properly because she wants to say these things to make the right-wing people love and support her for election gains. All right. It's not my business if Kemi becomes prime minister or not. Agula Agutete, she will do a tenure or two and leave there in the end. But it's the damage she will have given and the way she will have emboldened people with all sorts of racial confirmation bias that I'm scared about in the country.
All right. Well, Ayo, before I come to you, though, still on this Kemi Badenoch issue. Well, amid the backlash, users on social media pulled up a video of British-Nigerian boxer Anthony Joshua's Commonwealth Day speech back in 2020 when he addressed the royal family. The former heavyweight world champion, who spent part of his childhood in Nigeria, said that he is proud to be a Nigerian.
My name is Anthony Oluwafemi Olasheni Joshua. And like many of you here, I'm a child of the Commonwealth. I was born in Watford, and my heritage is Nigerian. I come from the Yoruba people, who are the largest, and some might say the loudest, ethnic group in all of Africa. I am proudly Nigerian, and I'm proudly British, and I join a long line, perhaps too long to count, of UK citizens of Commonwealth origin who've made enormous contributions to this great multicultural society of ours. Like me, so many children of the Commonwealth have two homes, two identities, two cultures, and two ways of viewing the world. Some even have more than two. These days, we hear so much about division and difference that some might be tempted to see that as a bad thing. But on the contrary, it's a beautiful thing, a thing to be celebrated and cherished, and a great source of peace and stability. I feel opportunity should be there for the taking, along with hard work, dedication, and perseverance, regardless of one's background. In the same way boxing gave me the opportunity and framework to become Olympic champion, Commonwealth champion, and now into heavyweight champion of the world. But I ask myself, what does the Commonwealth really mean? The second part of that word is key for me. A united common future could create opportunities for our Commonwealth cousins. So, here's to fish and chips and a goosey soup and pounded jam, to the UK and Nigeria, and to the children of the Commonwealth. Thank you very much for listening.
I mean, is it not the same Nigeria that Anthony Joshua grew up in? It's not the same similar heritage. I mean, was it the former president of the United States, Jimmy Carter, that said, whenever you have a chance to say something good about your country?
Thank you. And I thank you for that, because I want to address people who are supporting what Kemi Badenoch says, saying she's not saying the truth. It's good. Let her, especially, usually the opposition saying that let her put a lot of pressure on the government. What you don't know is that when she shapes narratives like this, when you go for a visa application, they're not going to ask you.
Oh, yes.
Everything she says that is shaping the international community's view of Nigeria based on her experience and the leverage she has as leader of the opposition would affect the way that you as a Nigerian are being perceived. And that's why you should fight for your country.
Absolutely.
You might not like the way that the government is, but let me tell you something. It doesn't remove you the way that everybody sees you. So if they see one person as a thief, best believe that when you go for an application or you go and speak anywhere else, they're looking at you as a thief. And that's why a lot of people spend money to manage the image of their nations. It's not because nations are perfect. Like we said, if you look at the UK and people who live in the UK and experiences we've had, whether with the police or whether with the people, we won't come out and be speaking like this, but they never denigrate. And that's why I'm very ashamed when people are saying, oh, she's saying the truth, keep on putting fire on them. It's a shame to this nation that no matter how much hate you have, whether for the government or for yourselves, you are happy that your own heritage, you have only one nation, you have only one heritage, it is Nigeria, you cannot run away from it.
Right.
If they insult Nigeria, they insult you everywhere you go, and I'm so proud of Anthony Joshua. This is the kind of narrative that we should hear. Also, I hope he also reflects the kind of personal leader that Kemi would be.
Absolutely.
Divisive and willing to speak against and cause ethnic tensions in order to drive home her agenda. There's no difference between her and Nigel Farage. The only difference is that she's black, is white. They are doing the same thing in principle, in terms of saying that we are better than you. I am better than you. That is what it is.
Well said, Ayo. Well said, Ayo. Well, I hope Kemi Badenoch borrows a leaf from Anthony Joshua and, you know, emulates statements like the one that he made at the Commonwealth Day. And I'll also like to reiterate what Vice President Kashim Shettima said. Nigeria is the greatest black nation on earth. We'll take another.
All right. I would like to come in here on my own, listening to everybody on Rise and listening to Kemi, then the comparison with Anthony Joshua and all that. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Those of you just coming in, and a link will be posted for those of you that want to join the panel. You can find your way in and join us here. Let's talk about this all together. Do your part by pressing on the like and help us to share. To be honest, yes, I agree with Shettima talk, because I say it all the time here, that Nigeria is the best country in the world. Many of you know, you can testify to that. I always say that here on this platform. Yes, I love my country so much. I'm a patriotic Nigerian, you know, and I've demonstrated it in every angle. Yes, I love my country in every area, and it remains the best country in the world. Yes, now only just our government, they fail us, but forget, our country remains the best. So on that, I support Kashim Shettima, the Vice President of Nigeria, on that statement. Now, the comparison between Anthony Joshua and Kemi, I disagree with it. Yes, Anthony Joshua is raining laws of presence on Nigeria, which is a good thing. But if everybody have to say it the way Anthony Joshua is saying it, who is going to say it how it's supposed to be? That is a question I'm asking you guys listening. Who is going to say it how it should be? At the moment now, we are being suffocated, oppressed, you know, suppressed by our leaders since God knows when. Not just Tinubu's government. Let's be straight. So who do we cry to? We be crying to this same government. They don't listen to us. A lot of Nigerians have left Nigeria seeking asylum in various countries. These are the kind of things they are saying to seek asylum in another man's country. Oh, because they don't open the fight to Unamona, see where they seek asylum. No, no. These are the things they are saying. When it came in, they talk so way everybody is stoner. So this is what lots of Nigerians say, just to, you know, find refuge in another country. Our government are not doing anything about it. Instead of this continuous criticism right now, our government have to put everything Kemi is talking about, or anyhow, into consideration and do the right thing. Then, I disagree with Kemi for the divisive statements. Yes, 100%, because as you all know, my stand on this platform, for those of you that have been following me for years, I will not let anyone practice that kind of thing on my platform. Never. Coming here to do comparison that Yoruba is better than Hausa, Hausa is better than Igbo, or Igbo is better than Edo, or Edo is better than Ichekiri. No, not on my platform. I'm against it. So I am totally against that statement from Kemi. Because it shows, according to Ayo on Arise, it shows if you become the prime minister tomorrow, obviously, the word division will hit us all hard in Nigeria. I'm not a supporter of that at all. I disagree, and I will always disagree with that. But for us speaking truth to power, I saw on Twitter today, Kemi call our police officers thieves and whatever. And some people are also be criticizing her. But today on Twitter, although I don't want to play the videos here because most of the videos are not encouraging. I saw on Twitter where there are so many videos Nigerians are posting how some Nigerian police taking money from people, taking people to the ATM, forcing people, taking their belongings from them. Now, what is that difference between Nigerian police, thieves, and all that? Although I disagree that I can, because my statement 4 days ago that you can't generalize. Not all of them, but most of them, yeah. Between you and I listening right now, you want to tell me, say this thing not they happen for Nigeria? Just 2-3 weeks ago here, when somebody hit my car, police officers came in. Instead of them to find how to help me or do something, they call me to corner, asking me, telling me to mobilize them to arrest this man that hit my car. Mobilize you with what? The same money? How? Let's be honest to ourselves now. All this talk, they talk. So, to be honest, is our government actually doing anything about it? Okay, can we take the Kemi statement now into positive to work on our country for a better, to become a better country? Can we? Can our government do that? Can they do that? They will not. Satanic supporters will be judging differently. So Kemi using divisive word against the Northerners, I'm totally against it. I condemned it. Comparison between Kemi and Attorney Joshua, I condemned it as well. Yes. Attorney Joshua did well. Yes, by speaking, good things about my country, about his country, even though he was born in the United Kingdom, it's a good thing. And I've always done that. I'm proud of my country anytime, any day. But if you have someone else who have the bold mind, the bold step to also speak differently, let them speak. As long as the person is not lying against what is happening to us in Nigeria, because our government are not listening to us. So that's my take on that thing. I appreciate you all, my people. I'd like to finish my presentation quickly before we start talking. I already have Mr. Passat with us. But I'd like us to quickly listen to this particular video here. Please, guys, help us to press on the like and help us to share. Hold on, you guys call it in. Just hold on for
In any situation where a governor gathers judges or brings a chief judge or any person whatsoever to display to the public that he's giving them cars as if he's doing them a favor, as if he's being very magnanimous and generous in giving them cars, it is condemnable. That is building courtrooms or quarters for them. It is unconstitutional, is demeaning, and it takes away from the independence of the judiciary. If the judiciary needs cars, if the judiciary needs houses for the judicial officers, if they need courtrooms, if they need anything, it should be put in the budget of the judiciary, and the judiciary should be able to manage the budget meant for them and acquire those things. No member of the executive should do that for them. Because nobody does that for the legislature.
But then why can't the judiciary? Why can't the judiciary
should be subjected to such humiliation?
Why can't the judiciary also reject if they feel that those those kind of benevolent acts have ulterior motives behind them? Why can't they say they don't want it?
I am not talking. Let us leave out the ulterior motive. The fact of it, whether there is an ulterior motive or not, is condemnable. I don't want to start inquiring into the state of mind of the governor. It belittles the judiciary and should not, in any circumstance, be tolerated.
Okay, well, fine.
If the judiciary needs anything, it should be put in the budget of the judiciary. The judiciary should be allowed to handle it. No member of the executive should do that for the judiciary. We cannot make it look as if you're giving a gift to the judiciary. Until we get away from that mindset, we'll never be able to address this issue.
Well, we are going to come
because
back.
The executive cannot go to the legislature to receive gift. The executive cannot continue to pretend to be a big brother to the judiciary to determine what they get. It should go to them as of right if it is a budgeted item. It is not for the governor to share them and bring cameramen. It's humiliating. It takes away from their individual. Let us call a spade and situate this conversation.
Who in the APC that is not corrupt? Look at their cabinet.
You were coming from there. So,
I am one.
So you're corrupt?
Maybe.
If he's a corrupt man, I think that's quite it's quite obvious why he actually left and actually joined the corrupt party, so that he can actually.
You know, ensuring that the book is properly situated within the permissible parameters of the law. It is even demeaning, you know, of the entire legal profession that a member of the profession would, you know, write things that are not legally sound, factually correct, you know, and unfortunately, in the age of social media, this book is now being paraded as, you know, as something that people should read. You know, a book that is full of lies and falsehood. I have read the book, and I find it demeaning that a member of the noble profession, you know, would put this kind of thing together. It's a different thing if you're just an activist, you know, you don't know the law. But a man who knows the law should endeavor, you know, to observe minimum decorum when you are writing, to ensure that you keep within the framework of the law, you know, not identifying, not targeting or attacking, you know, personalities who have built their reputation over the years. You know, it is not only about Chief Afe Babalola who has been attacked. The entire profession has been attacked. The justices of the Supreme Court have been attacked. And sadly enough, reading this book, even an elementary, you know, a Law 101 student will know that many of the things that are written in this book are not factual. They're not legally founded. You know, so, I mean, it's not about David and Goliath fighting. No. This is an attempt to rubbish the legal profession. You know, a noble profession. You don't write things when you have no, when for example, you know, I'm aware that Chief Afe Babalola was not involved in the conduct of all this, or this particular case that this young man wrote about. Of course, his law office handled cases and so on. How many of the cases handled by his law office will he be personally involved in? I'm aware that it was only when this case had been decided by the Supreme Court that the eminent chief, the foremost legal luminary, you know, got involved in, you know, ensuring that the judgment of the Supreme Court is properly enforced. You know, so I think it's not about Chief Afe Babalola. We must be careful about how we frame our questions. It's about whether an individual can just wake up and just write anything, you know, and then sell it because of the freedom of the so-called freedom of expression, you know, and especially in this day of social media, when anything goes, nobody edits anything. Somebody writes something and just places it on the media, and everybody starts talking about it, you know. So I think we need to frame and understand the issues we are dealing with.
Uncle Apati, to put it lightly, they show me Pepe. On both sides. On the side of the people and on the side of the party. First, on, let me say the people, because every time you hear that Nigerians are suffering, oh, we want to die. Once you bring money, Nigerians will forget that suffering. I was fooled. I thought that Bayelsans and Nigerians were ready. And I did everything possible. And I told them clearly, look, I don't have money. If it is money they're looking for, I don't have it. But I have the capacity to change the society, to change things around. Work with me. When you reach election, Uncle Abati, even my agents, they will call me and say, okay, sorry, we won't pay house rent, so we don't take the money. It is so bad. Then on the part of the party, transactional. The party is just a transactional instrument. People just put themselves together and then come and see what they can get from the system. And when I mean the system, either the ruling party or those who have deep pockets to spend. I told them clearly, I'm not here. I'm an engineer who have raised money by myself, because I felt that having gone through university, being president of engineering students in University of Benin, coming out to be IYC Secretary General, later IYC President, and then going to be Commissioner for Youth, and then Commissioner for Environment, then also SA on Youth to the NDDC. I had seen it. I had seen the thin line between failure and performance, and I believed that I could do this job. And the only thing to do is that instead of sitting down to be complaining, as a lot of people do, take action. I'm a man who likes taking action. I started the journey. The pitfalls and hurdles started in the party. They come and tell you integrity, capacity, what do they other call the other one? When the chips are down, you don't see any of these qualities. And don't forget, I was in the Labour Party way back in 2011. I contested House of Reps in Labour Party. I know what they did to me. They thought I would be this young boy with just the command. I just believe that, look, this thing, I can do it. And anything I put my mind to, I pursue it. I saw the gimmicks. I didn't go to Labour Party because of the Obi mantra, no. I wanted a party that we had used to campaign before. Because when you're talking to community people, what they want to hear, Papa, Mama, Pikin. That Labour Party in 2011, we used it to campaign. So if I bring in a new party, the job will be difficult. Why not go to a platform where you can easily communicate to the people? And that was why I took the decision to go with the Labour Party. Then the general elections came and Obi mantra came. Of course, I will benefit. Having supported and put money in the party, I should be able to benefit from it. Unfortunately, the legal system and the INEC, the judiciary and the INEC, killed the morale in Nigerians. And that's what affected people like us in the election who did not have the deep pocket to throw money around. So I have seen, I was betrayed. Look, Ongolabati, if you see the layers set for you in the party, you'll be shocked. Even your agents, that document, that code that INEC gives to your party, they will sell it to your opponent. So before you know it, the opposing party have uploaded agents on your behalf. By the time you are trying to upload, it's not working. Like what happened in Edo State where APC couldn't get their agents uploaded. All those are tricks that they pay money and then transactionally they put you on the defensive. I went through a lot, and I've decided that as a young man who has energies to contribute to society, I want to dissipate it in public space. I don't have time for people who are not serious. The Labour Party itself, by now, should have had a northern chairman because we did very poorly in the north. It is only expected that you look at your weak points and strengthen them so that when you are going to the next election, you are prepared, you have done your homework.
Okay.
These guys are not ready. They just went into a small room and started juggling the offices. I don't have time for that, so I moved.
Many of you don't know that in some other part of the world, they know they lie. People know they lie. If you ask children in UK, Europe, things, they will tell you as it is. They don't lie. They don't window dress. They come out straight. Percentage of liars abroad or in UK or Europe, they are like 5%. Percentage of liars in Nigeria, they are about 90%. So Kemi Badenoch, she know they lie. She they tell you as it be. Say, my brother come here, they even collect his shoe, in toothpaste self, they collect ham. How many videos will they see every day with bad things coming? We saw the bikers that came to Nigeria that our police stopped and asked for money. We saw so many things. So she said, I am not of that yoke. I'm a different yoke. I cannot window dress for you. Have you asked yourself, if Kemi Badenoch were to be in Nigeria, can she even get to be governor, not to talk of president, not to talk of prime minister? So she said, I'm not a Christian because I saw how your pastors, they drive private jet, they wear heavy. They said, Pikin, make them go collect money for street.
Anambra State is the scariest state in Nigeria. Anambra people are the most terrorized people in Nigeria. After my mother's burial, I decided to stick around for a while so that I will be able to move around the state and see things myself. And all I can say is that Anambra is in the state of anyhowness, the state of absolute madness. The state is in a total mess, and the government seems helplessly confused, or it just lacked the willingness to tackle the insecurity situation in Anambra State. Everybody in the state is scared. In a normal society, people would leave occasion early because they did not go with car. But in Anambra State, people would leave occasion early, very early, because they attended that occasion with car. You cannot drive around Anambra State with a relaxed mind. You must be careful of the car coming behind you and the one in front of you. You must not allow the one behind you to pass you. Nobody knows who is who. Everybody is suspecting everybody. The most dangerous thing to do right now is to drive a relatively clean car in Anambra State. The state is in a total mess. There is a total collapse of security in Anambra State. And the craziest thing is you cannot distinguish between security men and the kidnappers, because intermittently you see Sienna bus, SUV or commercial buses with armed men, masked armed men with their face covered, looking very scary. You wouldn't know if they are security men. You wouldn't know if they are kidnappers. So you are not relaxed. Anambra State is in a total mess. Soludo is grossly incompetent as far as security is concerned. He is focusing his attention in only 2 local governments, Agwata and Oka. Other local governments are at the mercy of kidnappers and the Ndiakodo. There are some group of touts they call Ndiakodo in Anambra State. And they are empowered by a professor to be assaulting, molesting, intimidating people for whatever reason. Once you are on dread, they will cut off that dread and deal with you, beat you mercilessly, lock you up. They will nearly kill you for having tattoo, not for committing any crime. Instead of addressing the security challenges we are having in the state, Soludo unleashed Ndiakodo on our people, on our youth. This is not governance. What Soludo is giving to Anambra is not governance. And I hope Anambra will speak in the next election.
All right. Yes, that our brother there is complaining about the insecurity that is currently going on right there in Anambra State. I thought I should bring it here to give awareness to that. To Soludo, Soludo, Oga Soludo, Soludo. Anyway, let me take the article so we can start talking. My people appreciate you all. Yes, our presentation take long today. I say they be sometimes. Sahara reporter breaking: Nigerian Supreme Court dismisses suit to remove President Tinubu over alleged CIA ties, drug involvement, finds petitioner. Yes, now so we see the Supreme Court now don't dismiss the lawsuit seeking President Tinubu to be removed over the drug allegation. You know, and also reported a couple of weeks ago as well concerning the CIA and all that, blah blah blah. But I'm not going to take this article because it's quite long. But in case you want to read it, go to Sahara Reporter or any other mainstream article that will take you through it right there. But meanwhile, I would like to quickly take another article here. Black Panther, I can see you already. I'll bring you in shortly. Let me take this article first. Okay, People's Gazette reported this one. Police abducted my teenage son for dyeing his hair. Kemi Badenoch writes about Nigeria, says England-based Nigeria. Yes, Badenoch, nice they go on right there. I just say make a quickly now want to tally the video that we played earlier on. My people, that's all I have for you guys today. I've done my part. Press on the like button, help us to share. I noticed nobody don't buy me coffee today. What did they happen, my people? Somebody press on the dollar sign, buy me coffee. 2 hours after it talks is encourage what we are doing here. For those of you that were calling in earlier on, this is the best time for you to call in, you know, so that we can take it from here. I appreciate every one of you, my people, and God will bless you. We have the first caller already on the phone, my brother Israel Asemota. Israel Asemota, thanks for calling in, my brother. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nigerian, and good evening, everyone. I saw your headlines today about Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah.
I have 2 dimensions for this. You know, based on the fact that I am in Nigeria. And Kemi Badenoch said, and he's clearly said on the interview, I am not in Nigeria, I am British. This is something that you need to get first. Then secondly, the idea that you do not want to see how this colonizer has captured us, and you think it's right that they will be able. That is why I hold her accountable. She's representing an institution at which she has to always pay her own allegiance to. Take note, Kemi is the shadow prime minister of the United Kingdom, waiting on the wind, because the reform pact is on their neck. The last election they lost woefully to the Labour Party, and thereby the reform party headed by Nigel Farage taking the whole seat from the Conservative. So they needed somebody who is radical to put there that could spin people's mindset to change that to Conservative. So that is the narrative you are actually watching right there. And also, he's using it to solidify her ground, because the likes of Jacob Rees-Mogg, David Davis, they will not allow her if she does not speak for the mind of the British people. So these are the ways that Kemi is actually putting out there. But the idea that Kemi will see that what this colonizer, her own masters, her paymasters now, they did to Africa, and she could not recognize it. That's the problem I have with her. You think that this what is called colonial, the colonial masters were doing us favor? How? They put us where we are today. This is the same people in the West still taxing, making us slaves to them, and that is why we can't grow. And this is why I hold them responsible. And another thing that I also need to, where I say, well, Kemi said she's a British, so she's paying allegiance to whatever she's doing. And my concern is, why is our vice president talking to Kemi? Because you don't have a job to do. Because if you have a job to do, when you came into office with the renewable agenda, what are we seeing now? Renewed hopelessness. You are replying to Kemi, who is already trying to become a prime minister. The reason why you are saying she should have to respect because her name is Kemi, because you just saw the name. What if she was a thief? Would you go and call the name? No, because you don't have. Why is it that our own court not the court for not the purpose? That president, let your court cut you. Because if you don't know that your institutions have failed, it's because, one, we have unemployment rate is about 39.something%. We have inflation rate going up. We have our debt, we didn't left, we have 88 trillion deficit. Now your government has tripled it to 100 and something in less than 18 months. Are you joking? Instead of you to face governance, you are busy looking at Kemi, who is trying to climb our own ladder.
Thank you.
I don't get it. No, I get it. Sorry. The last conclusion is that what Kemi is telling you in essence is that you, vice president, you should go and face your government because your institutions have failed and you cannot give dividends of democracy to Nigerians. The reason why she's also talking is because most of our brothers and sisters have died in Libya looking for greener pastures. So if you were doing good to retain, you should speak to the most of your Ecowas members to have a routine and start making their institutions right, other than throwing tantrums. But for Kemi, madam, when you win your Conservative Party, know that when you want to negotiate trade deals, now there will go how you will take you first step ladder, take time and take the demand.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right. My phone wants here now. A lot of people are calling at the same time. We have a lot of God in my strength with us. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, man. Good evening to you.
Good evening, my brother.
Talk to us. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Talk to us.
I'm greeting everybody on the comment section, on the panel, everyone. Mommy Diaspora, and a greet you, man. Good evening, man. Like that, what you know, I don't laugh when I hear some can't talk. You know, say last week when I talk, I treat a lot of people they didn't like it, but I don't care. I will say, you see, when it comes to the politics in the preaching here, I can tell you about it. I know I well. I will say one thing if I go on. You see, Kemi is being used as a fronter Kemi is being used as a planter. They are trying to proclaim something, white supremacy. For you to see Kemi to come down and said, the slavery even did us a favor. That one alone. I'm not against Kemi, and I want to correct it here. She's a woman, and I'm proud of her when she walk herself through. But I'm telling you, in the UK, yeah, you can write my word down. A foreigner cannot take a place in this country for long. Did you see Sunek, the Indian man? They put him there just because they wanted to front it, because they scatter it. What happened? They didn't want him there. I want to tell you something. You see the Labour Party? Labour Party, Conservative Party, Liberal Democrat. These three people, they work together. I want to tell you that there's somebody who controls the activities in this country. And that person is called the permanent secretary. The person is the one who brings out laws, things to happen in this country. They know what they are doing. Kemi cannot be, I want to say that Kemi, they will not allow to be a prime minister in this country. You can write that if it happens, call me. They will never. These people, they rather go and take from a Cardiff, wait for the person to be prime minister. Even Scotland man, they will not allow the person here. That's why they refuse Gordon Brown not to be the prime minister in this country. What Kemi is doing is not right. You don't bring your people down. I told you before I started, I'm not against her, but that's not the way to behave. Yes, we know our country is bad. We know our country is not good. But don't spoil your country to make all of us look like stupid. We are living in this country. Are you telling me that this country will not have bad police? We have police who is spying our children. We have police. When our children go to, they put them in jail in the night. They do all those. I don't want to.
All right, thank you.
How many am I going to count? Are we talking about people who go and hide in people's house? They come in and walk in.
Okie dokie.
That you don't know how you get there, and you say that Nigeria police is corrupt. We pay the Nigeria police. We pay them. Instead of these people, when they get to our country, they are still ruling up in their hand. They are still ruling up in their hand. So if you're telling me that Nigeria police is corrupt, what are you going to say about here? Until today, until they find out about the superior, the superior how that guy was fine, the ID,
thank you.
Money. So for them to tell us that our police is corrupt, I refuse, because yes, they are corrupt, but they make them to be the one using strong hand to be with us. So they can have no right to bring our country down. If you want to see anything, say to the government, because it's your own ambassador to the UK. When she was in Nigeria, she said the election went very well. Why didn't you condemn 2023 election? She supported it. So I want to tell you, please, all black people below you, they put you there to front and white supremacy. Now be working with them. Do all your thing, but don't touch us. Thank you, Najawo.
Okay, thank you very much, man. Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you. My love of God is my strength. Don't see everywhere. Let me take another call quickly. Oga Wale, thanks for calling in, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oga Wale, talk to us. Good evening to you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You see, if Kemi want to become a British, let her become a British. Talk about British. Talk about the problem they are facing. Leave Nigeria. All of you, every day, always come to this Nigeria world. Every day, talk about why are you talking about that? What is better for Nigeria? You want Nigeria to be better. We should not allow this Kemi or whatever Kemi Badenoch to stop all what you guys have been doing. Mr. Blackmaster was saying that's how you talk about conversation and whatever. Is it conservative people talk? Fine. If that's the way they talk frustrate. Talk about the UK. Leave Nigeria. You are not Nigeria. Just let go. It's not my fault. Nobody is forcing you. It's like you look at the video with the one. This man is problem Nigeria is having. That man never said anything bad about Nigeria. I don't know what I'm talking. Nobody is forcing you.
Okay.
You are not Nigeria. You are not. Let go. Simple. I should protest it. They don't have one. I don't care whether you become Prime Minister or West, where you become or you don't become. That's not my business.
Okay.
That is what you are doing every day. And look at the kind of what you're doing now, just to make that country great, Nigeria great, and someone somewhere that lack their own trade, that is not saying rubbish.
Okay.
It's not fair what she's doing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right. Callers, I think I need to move to the panel now. Kai, I want to use phone to my ear now. Thank you, Augustine, for calling in. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Talk to us.
You know, this issue that's going on in the Kemi matter. Elvis, we are in this country. Have you ever seen where things are not going well in this country? And they say because they want to launder the good image of this country, you see things are going well. They will never. They will say it as it is. When things are not going well, they say it's not going well. When somebody is misbehaving, they will say it's misbehaving. When the policeman misbehaves, they will take that policeman down. It does not matter who you are. When you do the wrong thing, they will bring you down. Now, everything that Kemi has said, tell me which one is wrong about Nigeria. You see, people are laundering the good image of Nigeria. We are all proud of our country, but our leaders that are ruling our country, are they giving us good reason to be proud of our country? Are they giving us good reason to be saying good things about our country? I want to say good things about my country. I want to be proud about my country. You know. But it cannot happen. It cannot happen when things are going bad. Okay, just look at what is happening in Nigeria. You cannot travel from Benin to Auchi. You cannot travel from Benin to Sapele. You cannot travel from Benin to Calabar. You want Benin to Lagos. All the roads, they are bad. And you want me to come and say Nigerian road, are paved with gold. We have the best road in the continent. We have this, we have that. When people who are supposed to be fixing these things, they are closing their argument, and the money they are supposed to use to fix the road, they are consuming the money upon themselves and upon their generation. My brother, everything Kemi said, when you are in Nigeria, you fear police, because police, when they catch you, they will show you shaking. If they say more cover for you, they want to take care from you. So what has the woman said? That they say, oh, she's not the president. She's a conservative leader. She's not here to represent Nigeria. If things are going good in Nigeria today, I believe that Kemi will also say it. Let me tell you, I'm a Labour. I vote Labour. If Kemi tomorrow, if there's election, I will vote Kemi. I will vote her. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's not just a prayer video where they show now, wow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
God bless you, Mr. Sonny Okoso. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, my last call, I guess, Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony, go ahead, sir. Good evening to you, sir. Talk to us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, I salute everybody because, okay, we can follow the protocol today. So, thank you very much, sir, for accepting my call. Tell me, is our princess, she's our queen. She just say the things as they are. People say she not even condemn the Nigeria rich because that period of time when she did talk self, she don't know things don't even work fast because she never go now for the past 5 years. The last 20 years have been a total waste of everything. And then this Shetima and his classmen are responsible because during the Jonathan's time, this guy was advised to secure the school, but he opened the school for the people to come and kidnap
No, Mr. Tony. I don't want to call the phone on your head. Don't say things that you are not sure about here. Please.
Okay.
You're talking about the Vice President of Nigeria here.
Let me say one thing that I'm very sorry about now. Okay? So, thank you very much, sir. So now, do you know that 95% of the money that is accrued to the country are being wasted in the northern part of Nigeria as a result of this insecurity, something which was, which was caused by all this introduction of Sharia, and then all the accompanying evil that followed it, like Boko Haram, X-Men, etc., etc. Do you know that all the whole money, and then in addition to the money they are wasting on Abuja right now, that capital city that was created just to satisfy their own, agenda. So that is what I'm very sure about. That all the money, all those Bukato jets you are hearing about, all those whatever, and then establishing dry docks or whatever Navy dock in the desert. Those are the reasons why we are in abroad. And they tell me, cannot even get local government chairman. Look at what is happening to our Bermuda, is daughter now in Edo State. You know that Nigeria is so toxic that it's not a country. Nigeria watch. I know that because you live in, in Lekki, that is why you are thinking that Nigeria is okay. Okay, but I think people that live in Edo State, people that live in Oyo State, people that live in Anambra, other states, they are not happy. Or people that are living in Abuja and Lekki.
Is Lekki not in Nigeria? Is Lekki in Ghana?
That's just about 0.0000000, no more than 1,000 people in here. And then out of 250 million people, 200 million people, go to Edo State, go to your state, Ibadan, that was very beautiful. Go and look at the decay in Ibadan. Go to anywhere, look at our roads. And go and look at the north road, the northern side, and they are still crying. All the money have been wasted there.
All right.
So that is why that woman said that she was first a Southern Nigerian.
Thank you.
A Yoruba woman, a Jebu woman,
Thank
and
you.
a woman.
Thank you.
I don't want to be somebody from foreigner. Okay, thank you, sir. God bless her.
Totally. All right. Thank you, people. God bless you all. Callers, I'm done with you guys for now, probably for the day. I don't know. Yes, we've missed Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, we'll never see you for like 4 days now. I hope you are fine. We miss you on the panel. We miss Madam Origin as well. We've not heard from her for like 4 days, I still guess. If not, we miss her. And every one of you right there, if you know, so we'll never hear from you for a while. Please, you can come in to put your voice here. Either come to the comment section, call into the show, join the panel. Anyhow, you can do that. But we know you are listening. That's a good thing about it. But yes, all that you have been listening to, you can come here to put your voice and let us learn from each others. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Fumi O, thanks for joining us today. Good evening to you. Thank you very much, everyone right there, Divine Cross. Many more. Mercy Foster. I'd like us to move on. Mute yourself now. Oga, mashallah, mute yourself. I'm getting echo back. It's not your time to speak yet, sir. Thank you. All right. I would like to call on Gam Pansat. Thank you very much, sir, for your time with us. You are the first on the panel today, and thanks for your patience. I beg, talk to us with all we've presented so far, sir. Thank you. 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, sir.
For the program and well researched. I'll say hello to my fellow panelists, Madam Patricia Tagwajumi, Ejue Yichie, Omai Shola, and Black Panther, and everybody in the comment section with Mama Diaspora. I hope the Lord is blessing you all today. There are a couple of things I wanted to talk about. I have to be at the airport in about half an hour or so. So I would make my submission, then I would listen offline as I'm driving. A couple of things. Mr. Davis, I appreciate the gang at what's the morning show, Arise TV, where we have some of our best journalists there. Rufai and the rest of them. They're very good journalists, but there's something that's beginning to look like a stick. They're laughing it off, playing a lot, laughing no matter what's going on. They're kind of reactionary. They try to maintain the same status quo. The conservative, reactionary elements we have in the country right now, in our leadership and the courts, no matter what happens, when they present it, and they do a good job, and most of them are on the right side, obviously. I like Rufai, but just like everything from the country, I have my criticism of them. They're too goofy, laughing about serious issues as the country is going down. They don't have any trying to investigate stuff ahead of time before it happens. Feel like a watchdog and do public journalism where they go in there, investigative journalism, and try to forestall things from happening. Educate the population. You know, like me, if I'm sitting there and let's say that's a news article that there's been killings, buying of youngsters, kids, I won't be able to laugh for the rest of the day. You're gonna see in my body language, you're gonna see in my face that I'm concerned that something unacceptable is happening. If a Supreme Court is so corrupt that they show it when somebody brings an action there and it's just thrown out, tossed out, and then admonished, don't even do it again, don't bring this frivolous case. Having the court tell lower courts, don't even accept any more action that is frivolous from this litigant. You show my face. But I notice with this gang, all they do, they talk about serious stuff and they're going to play around and laugh about it and have maybe one of them say, Oji, and they laugh over something that is serious going on. I don't like that. You have no control over that, but I just want to tell you that's my feeling on that. Now, on the Kemi issue, you know, a lot of people, they come here and they talk, and when they call in, they say, hey, we want somebody to tell the truth. They don't insult our country. You want somebody to tell you the truth, but don't insult our country. What kind of truth are you talking about? We're human beings. Some of us who are in other countries, some have changed their citizenship. It's not because they're doing it happily. You want veracity, you want sincerity, you want candor, genuineness from a woman who's accomplished a lot. She's not going to become prime minister, I don't think, because Nigeria is going to happen to her. She's going to be disrespected. Somebody who's sailed up as leader of the Conservative Party. But her country is going to pull it out. Why? Because she's telling them the truth. Now you want to pick on her. She's supposed to tell the truth you want to hear. Somebody wants to tell the truth, they have to tell the truth. After all, what are you hiding? You're a third world country. Or you both know when the first day you go into a political class, they'll tell you about everything that's happening in Nigeria happens in other countries, or third world countries. There's nothing new there. You have low gross national income. You have, you have low human development in the index. You lack political rights and civil liberties. That's the way it is. Your judiciary is corrupt. That's the way it is with all third world countries. Limited capacity. Most people lack access to justice. You have a bunch of customary laws. These are known. Weak judicial reviews. Colonial legacy. You have political instability. These are things that are known about third world countries. You're not fooling anybody. You're not fooling anybody. So Nigeria is going to happen to her with what she's going through, having this Shetima insulting her, which is going to make her go into the mud with him. Oyibo is not going to put up with that. She's not going to come out of this unscathed. But what I want to say, when you have people come up and they're criticizing our government, it's not because they are not patriotic. Patriotism is not the love of your government. It's love of your country and your fellow countrymen. So don't expect anybody to be perfect who's going to come into that system to try to clean up Nigeria. Don't expect a Jeffersonian Democrat or even a Jacksonian Democrat. You have a corrupt judiciary. It means that we're going to be living like animals until we correct it. That's just the way it is. Somebody could come in here and say, I love my country, I love Nigeria. Well, good for you. But there are some of us who think that we should do better. We have to do better. And I saw a Solomon Lalong, the former Minister of Sports under Buhari, 2015. Smart. Just like almost any Nigerian who pull up, even if you go to the motor park and pick up a Nigerian who's right there hustling, put a microphone on his smart. He's going to be smart. Our people are smart. Every single Nigerian is smart. If you think about it, have you ever pulled up anybody who's not smart, a Nigerian? Mr. Lalong is making a lot of sense. Just like all Nigerians make a lot of sense. He was there. He was an insider. He was beside Buhari. He narrated it. I listened to the program when you had him on. But all these little things, it's not revealing anything that we don't know. The only thing is that what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? All these reactionary forces who come here on this platform, we have a bunch of them here on this panel right now. Some in the comment section, wayward. But generally, we're smart people. We know exactly what our problems are and how we're going to solve it. In the action of the court that Mr. Owuru is the name of the person who took Tinubu to court and claims that he's an agent, CIA agent of the United States, makes him unfit to occupy the office of the president. That's a big allegation. And he says that he had forfeited $460,000. Well, that's a fact. So he comes out to pray to the court to invoke his, I guess, section 157 of our 1999 Constitution to oust him from office. And this court, I'm not saying that they should grant it, but they disgraced him, tossed it out like they did the election petitioners. Talking nonsense. Finding this guy $15 million, or $5 million, I mean, 5 million naira, whatever it was. And then admonish him not to come back to court to seek redress and justice preemptively. So I'm saying, particularly, a court has a lot of powers. They're the only body that is given the authority to do what's called judicial review. They can even say to the National Assembly, the law you made is unconstitutional, throw it out. That's how powerful the court is. So, but then, why is it like when they know that somebody who's sitting right there in custody, like somebody like Dele Farah to me, right? They know there's an anachronism in some of our laws. There's some conflict when it comes to defamation. A court has the power to issue what they call in law a writ of certiorari. The court could look down and issue on their own motion, say, okay, bring this up here. We think there's national issue involved. We think there's a conflict in lower courts. Therefore, bring everything up here so we can resolve it. That is how judiciary is supposed to work for the country, for presidents, to make justice run smoothly in the country. But these people will not do anything like that. what they would do is to issue preemptively, telling lower courts, don't even entertain any more petition from somebody, aside from obviously tossing out something as serious as a drug, somebody alleged to have peddled drugs, but definitely paid $460,000 fine. So I know that others want to speak here, but I'm trying to say that it's becoming a stick, even coming on a platform. I have to go to the airport shortly, but it's a stick even to be talking because we already know we have a problem. There's nobody here on this panel right now who doesn't know we have a problem. Who doesn't know that Supreme Court has got a conflict with traditions, civilization, Islamic, and then the Western civilization. So when our people bring cases up there, they just toss it out with disrespect. And if we don't have anything. You cannot go 2027 if you have that Supreme Court. You cannot go 2027 if you have that INEC. So I'll end my remarks. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I will stay for a couple of minutes just in case somebody makes reference to me. Thank you.
Okay. Oga Panther, thank you very much, sir, for coming in to putting your submission to what we've presented so far. God bless you, sir. I really do appreciate you. Before I will go on to Mother Patricia Tagbojumi, I would like to appreciate you. Love God is my strength. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm very, very grateful, man. Your pocket never run dry. Thanks for your continuous encouragement here on this platform. I'm always grateful. Thank you. Mother Patricia Tagbojumi, please talk to us, man. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good
Thank you very
evening,
much, man. Thank you.
And good evening to my fellow co-panelists. Before I go ahead, please click on the like button and share. Offer Mr. Support Mr. Elvis. And thank you to those that have already done so. May your pocket never run dry. Yes, Mr. Elvis, are we a nation? No, is Nigeria a nation? We are not a nation. So whatever Kemi is saying, she's saying it out of what is factual. It is true. Are we a nation? I mean, this book came, they lump us together, you know, with different culture, different food, different religion, you know, different tradition. Are we a nation? A nation is people, it's one people. Are we one? Are we one? Look, somebody said the meaning of insanity is anyone trying to do the same thing again and again and again, using the same strategy and the same method. That's the definition of insanity, madness. That's the full, correct, and precise definition. One Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria that they've been proclaiming. Are we one? Are we one? It's a question that everybody must ask themselves. Are we truly one? We are not, and we can never be. We don't eat the same food, or we don't prepare it the same way. Are you getting it? We don't dress alike. We don't have the same belief system. Our culture is different. So, look, the amalgamation is over. I don't see it. Look, Even the country, they know, the political class, they know that Nigeria for now does not exist. Because the contract was for 100 years. 100 years has come and gone. And they horribly put this 1999 constitution together. So what are we talking about? Are we truly one? So what she's saying that anybody will say she's playing ethnic card. What's that? She identified with her own tribe, Yoruba. Like I will identify with my own too. Am I a Yoruba? No. Am I Igbo? No. Am I Hausa? No. So what's wrong with what she said? Look, our rice savings is becoming a problem. Honestly, they are becoming a problem because they don't look. That's not for me. That's not true journalism. They are just dancing here and there, dancing here and there. Anywhere breeze blow, the night they go. Anywhere breeze blow, the night they go. As far as I'm concerned, I used to think there were people that were speaking truth to power, but listening to them now and again, I start to see that, oh, they are also a part of the problem. Listen, we must tell ourselves the truth. We must look ourselves eyeball, look yourself in the mirror and be critical about yourself, your existence. You must. You cannot be pretending that you are one. How are we one? If we are one, why did you not leave the oil in the Niger Delta there? Why did you put pipe everywhere to your place to go and be sucking? If we are one, why are the real people that own Nigeria? Why would I don't like to use the word even Nigeria. The Benin Belt, why are they not the one in control of that fraudulent nation put together as Nigeria? Why? Why are the true people that own the country? Why are they not the one running the affairs of the country? And you know what? Because we know that is our God-given land. Every oppressor, they will come and go. We are not complaining. But what I'm saying is, the thing Kemi is saying is not far-fetched. It's truth. And unless we learn to embrace truth, and then look critically on where we are getting it wrong, we are not ready. In fact, people reacting like this just prove that Nigeria is not ready for any change. They want to keep the status quo. They want to keep it. Because otherwise, tell me, in a country where you say you are one country, you have two different laws, two different treatments. Huh? So tell me, are we really one? Are we a nation? Everybody needs to identify with themselves, with their own people. And it's high time we need to let them know the people they call minority are not minority. We need a censor. We need a censor in Nigeria because it's a fraud. Now, fraud that they do. We need a censors. We need proper censors now in that country. What stopped us from not having a censor for how many years? So that we really know the people in South, how many we are. Because you keep telling us we are minority, but we are all from Benin. All the South, their origin is from Benin. And we are the true owner of that Benin bet. Where what they call him, the woman, and his boyfriend turned out to Nigeria. So if Kemi is identifying with her people, I don't blame her. To be honest, do we really have anything? Come on with the Northerners. Let's look. Look, I don't dance their dance. I don't dress like them. I don't practice the same thing that they practice. My culture and their culture is absolutely different. So we are not one nation. Even though they clump us together. People that clump you together, Scottish, they are on their own. Ireland, they are their own. Because why? Even though they were white, but they have different culture. Even though they are so close, but they could not stay together. Then they come and put you people together. Then the people that are gaining it, they like it that way. They say we must be by force, by fire, by force. We must be there together. For me, I don't dey preach one Nigeria, because since I was a child, I know say now map they talk one Nigeria. One Nigeria, different belle. Now me, I know. Everybody fight for his own. So it's high time we tell ourselves the truth. Kemi is identified with a Yoruba tribe. And nobody should say she's playing ethnic card. Because that's what it is. That's what it is. When Buhari was there, did you see how many people from the South, or how many people that was Buhari's government? Was it not all Fulani? So what are we talking about? That shows that the country is due for division. Until we divide the country, Nigeria not go anywhere. Make we tell ourselves the truth. Not be the way that they go about it now. Not be the way whatever they call themselves are going about it. That's not the way. That's not the way. We are called for a referendum. And for me, I want the South to come together. Because we are the Edomites. We are. All of us. Urobo, Izoko, Ijo, Ishekiri, up to Rivers, Ikwere. The one they say they call Anyoma, and there's nothing like Anyoma. Okay? That's a political language. They are called Eka. Or Eguani people. There's nothing like Anyoma. It's a political language. It's a political. That name came because of politicians. They all trace their origin to Benin, the great Benin Empire. Let us come together and do something with our life. Because we are the ones that are marginalized among all these people. We are the ones, but we are not crying. Because we are not crying, then it seems that, yes, we are enjoying it. That's why they are doing more. It's high time we come together. So I don't blame Kemi. She's free to project herself, defend who she is. She's a Yoruba, she's not Hausa, she's not Igbo, she's not Benin. And anybody that doesn't like that, that's their business. CIA, okay, now they come. Okay, I don't know where they come this time. Did they come for Tinubu? How? After they don't build us, give judges, buy them cars. I mean, who are you? This is a distraction, Mr. Elvis. Now distraction be this. They want to distract us. They look like Nigeria want to get serious. So they need to throw some hurdles on the way so that Nigerians can start, like a dog, when dog want to disturb you, try and bone, go pursue the bone. Let them do so now. So Nigeria should not use their energy on discussing this nonsense. I beg. Tinubu is... Anyway, I want to comment to Mr. Evan, I don't know where you carry this picture come from. Tinubu fine for here. Fine where. So... This is your fine. No, to be honest, the picture fine.
Tinubu na fine man now.
No, fine man. This one fine extra. I have to tell you the fact. He's fine. He's fine where.
Our president fine now.
Yes. No, but some of the picture where they take him, I be like say they not they take him well. This one, no, it's fine. Now fine man. So
just so fine man. Thank you very much,
yes,
man.
so
Thank you so much.
I will leave it like that. Thank you.
I appreciate you, man. God bless you. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. All right, my people, I appreciate you all. Let's quickly hear from Black Panther, then go to Amashola. Black Panther, if you're
go to Amashola. I will come after Amashola.
Okay, good. Amashola, my brother, good evening to you. Bear, mute yourself, talk to us. Hello,
Nigeria, Nigeria Watch. I'm available.
I think say you don't sleep now.
They sleep for this kind of matter where they happen. They sleep. The country don't finally scatter. Small girl we grew up for UK saying he wants scatter the country. Let me start with Kemi. My leave Kemi first. Supreme Court dismiss disputes. I don't know who they deceive them. Say you carry case go Nigerian court, you get judgment. When Faru to me is in jail for something that is speaking. The truth about an average Nigerian, an average Nigerian does not like to hear the truth. We don't like to hear the truth. That is our problem. When a man is doing something wrong and they are telling him what you are doing is wrong, he's not happy. But he's doing the rubbish and they are hailing him. He's happy. Oga, hello. He's happy. He's hailing that he will spray you money because he's doing the wrong thing. In Nigeria now, doing the wrong thing is the right thing. At the 300 level, my classmate tell me, mashallah, being corrupt is the right way in Nigeria. I felt that time this guy is really crazy. It is obvious now. There is no case you take to Nigerian court now, you get judgment. Of all people, you won't carry Tinubu, say make them disqualify Tinubu and get him out of government. How? When in boy, we don't beat us for judges. Which kind of case you won't carry go there? Even 2027 election safe, you know they guarantee. Only 2 elections don't do now. They have done it bala blue. Some people are going to court. They are dreaming. And then you say Kemi is talking. Why would Kemi talk? Kemi is an average Nigerian that left Nigeria, that's not happy going living Nigeria, but she doesn't have a choice. Do you think she would like to leave the country? Do you think in her mind she wouldn't have loved to be the president of Nigeria? But yet, people that didn't go to school are the one ruling us. That's why Shetima can be having time to reply. Because she's jobless. If you are fighting corruption, fighting things, you will not have time for Kemi. Kemi don't push her for you now. Say, Nigerian police are corrupt. Now lie before. Before I come up for the country, I know how many police collect money from my hand. Not to talk of when I was going to collect my visa. Policemen were extorting money. Took these boys to ATM to collect money. This was not, they didn't tell me. My looks was intimidating to the police that they said I should not come out of the car. They dealt with those boys. And you say Nigerian police are not corrupt. If Nigerian police are not corrupt, why won't somebody make allegation? Instead of going to court, he calls the police to go and arrest his fellow colleague as a lawyer. You are both lawyers. Go and deal with him go and deal with the matter in court. But you prefer to use Nigerian police because they are corrupt. They will do your bidding once you have the money. It's a shame. Why would she claim to be a Nigerian when everybody is not united? How? It's not possible. I'm from Niger Delta, but my village is in a mess. They don't have drinking water. You can't even go there and say you want to enjoy yourself. Basic things of life is not available. Luxury of light is a dream. The sea light in that place is like miracle. And you are talking about one Nigeria. Keep deceiving themselves, one Nigeria. Meanwhile, in your heart of heart, one bunch of chiefs in Nigeria are the one ruling us. I watched one video. Boys were attacking them. These guys have been the one ruling us, yet they go to the Senate to discuss what to benefit them. The other man said that most of the people there don't care about us because if anything will come out that will benefit Nigerians, they'll make sure that they kill it because they have to be in government. Because if it goes, they can't get voted again and they can't get into their positions again. That is why your constitution cannot be worked on. Electoral reform is like talk from now till next tomorrow. The electoral reform in question, they won't touch it until maybe a year or 6 months to election. They're there to favor them. The INEC chairman that brought in Tinubu is still there. Nobody's saying anything. And they are doing the election every time. It's getting worse every day. And Nigerians are docile, like the man said. They are docile now. Nobody cares. Me will just do and they go like that. Any will see him. And then a Nigerian that is in the UK pushed ourselves to that level in the society, in politics, and he's trying to tell you what is wrong, and you can't look at yourself. A man tells you you are smelling, your body is smelling. Won't you check yourself? You are going there to write, you are doing tweeting. You are tweeting. She has pushed it to you. So disprove her now. Call your police officers. Are you people criminals? Come and prove them wrong. Make things change. Everybody knows it. If your country is good, would Nigerians be leaving the country? If the country was good, would Kemi be in the UK as a politician? But because the old men that have enjoyed Nigeria when Nigeria was borrowing countries' money, they have finished borrowing money now. They are now the one borrowing money. They have refused to let the next generation to come and take. They say we are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow has come. I am here. My generation have left. Majority of them have left Nigeria. Yet the same old people are still there. 2027 is still coming. The same old people will still come again and say they want to be the president. Nigeria, the day I see you on the street, that's the day you are ready. That's the day I know you are ready. Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
Yes. Okay, dokie. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for your submission. All right. Black Panther, I don't know if you're available now. Okay,
hello.
Black Panther.
Hello.
Okay. Are you
Hello.
available now?
Yeah, let me speak. I want to thank you, Nigeria Watch. I want to thank everybody. May God bless you all. It's another great day. I want to thank Mommy Diaspora. May God bless you, Mama. None of that protocol observed. I want to start with the Lalong. Lalong spoke the truth. But the truth is going to hurt a lot of people. He said something about the cabal, which thank God, you all have heard it all around the world. We have been speaking about it. They said we should bring the fact. And now we have brought the fact. Lalong, who has been an insider, a member of the ruling council, he has spoken it, and now the fact has been laid on the table. Now, the fact that have been laid on the table, how do we make use of the fact now? How do we use the fact to our own advantage now? That is not left for us to do. That is one thing we don't do. I was in a network yesterday. Somebody spoke something. He said, we react too much on everything the government brings. When there is an uprising somewhere, we react. When there is somebody's being arrested, we jump out, let's go on a rally. But one thing we don't do is that we don't plan. Why is it that we don't plan? We're always reactionary in our approach. We don't plan, but we always react. We always react, we don't do anything. And I come to the realization it was somebody that spoke this word on a network. I now sat down and deeply analyzed it. And I come to the realization that he was saying the truth. We are always reacting instantaneously, but we don't plan. We react, we don't plan. And when we plan, we see that we well execute, we do the execution perfectly. But people will say, oh, they did not execute it well. They don't have a leader like the NSAS. That was well planned and it was well executed. Obedience movement was well planned and it was well executed. By who? By the people that own the sovereignty of the country. Now, I want to move over to the first person that called into this network today. May God bless you. You sat down and you thought about what she said. Many reacted onto the popular thing. Oh, she's not patriotic enough. She does not bring Nigeria down. She's not speaking Nigeria. That means she doesn't love Nigeria. I've been saying this thing. We'll be saying it here. Do you love Nigeria more than one Nigeria? There's another Nigeria. Who told you love that Nigeria more than that the other Nigeria? Who told you? You see, what is the definition of patriotism? Does patriotism define that if somebody is doing something wrong in Nigeria, oh, because he's doing it in Nigeria, if we want to speak to the press, we should cover that up and speak good about Nigeria? Is that patriotism? Are you being patriotic? Now, let me go again. Nnamdi Kanu that is in jail, when he came with his word, which was very direct, people say, oh, why must he call Nigeria a shit hole country? Why must he say Nigeria is a zoo? Everything that man brought forward, we have all seen that it was what? Truth. We have not seen the realization that it was true. Most of us that didn't support him before, majority, even some of us that called him, they now saw that it was true. We only react where we feel the pain. But we don't react when we don't feel the pain, some of us. A nation like Nigeria, I have said it once and for all, I said, this country is never and was never a country. It was an amalgamation that wasn't done by you and I. It was done by a foreigner. And they said after 100 or 1,000 years, we should do what? Reorganize. Guess what happened? They knew, the other one knew before we. They were strategizing, but we don't strategize in the South. We were just carrying our head up, we're looking at the oil. They strategized, and what happened? Abdul Salami with some cohorts hurriedly pushed in a constitution. And what happened? The South hurriedly accepted it and did nothing about it. Did nothing. That's an aberration. That will tell you that we are not a nation because somebody sneaked in a constitution and none of us said that person is unpatriotic. Rather, we said he's patriotic. Because he did illegality that looks like legal to your eyes and you said he's patriotic. We have been fighting. Who is going to help us? The most patriotic person that has spoken to the world that have come in this day is Kemi. Is Kemi. All what Kemi has spoken. Can any one of you that have said Kemi is used by this, is nationalist in the Britain, blah, 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 blah. Can any of you come to the platform and come and say, this and this what Kemi said is wrong? Did Kemi divide? I was listening to somebody yesterday say Kemi divided the country. Somebody even went to the extent. Tomorrow I'm going to quote the quoting. He said, your origin, your tribe can be changed as you can change your country. This somebody that comes here all the time. That some of you say, I want to listen to him. He said your tribe, you can change it the way you change your handkerchief and wear another tribe and say, I am from this tribe. I'm no longer a Benin man. Now I'm a Do man. He comes here, he said it. In a network, he said it. He said Kemi is dividing the country. That Kemi is being used by the white men. All of you, anything that comes from the other side, you say he's being used. What about your government, your president? What about your vice president? We saw the picture where he brought the Boko Haram president they were looking for in the north. He was in his house. We all saw it now. Was he not being used against the state? How did we accepted him? Isn't it? Is that person a patriotic citizen? That's the question I'll ask you. Is that person a patriotic citizen? We should stop reacting instantaneously. Rather, we should digest. You see those people, those journalists in Arise, they have become a mockery of journalism in the entire universe. They sit in their comfort zone and allow Nigerians to eat from the dome. They were supposed to be the voice of the Nigerians. They were supposed to be the people enlightening Nigerians on giving Nigerians the details after investigating. Rather, they sat down in their comfortable zone, receiving salary and speaking from the media, not analyzing it the way it's supposed to be, but trying to quote a law that themselves, they breached the law. You see what we are seeing here? Let me bring this quote. You said Kemi is unpatriotic, is killing Nigeria. Let me bring this quote now. This quote was said in 1948 by Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. It goes, since 1914, the British government has trying to make Nigeria into one country. But give me 10 seconds, please. But the Nigerian people themselves are historically different in their background, in their religion, in their way of life, in their custom, and do not show themselves any signs of willingness to unite. Nigeria unity is only the British invention. Is that person not saying the truth? Is he not patriotic? Is your prime minister, is what he has said, is it different from what Kemi has spoken? Why is it that Arise are not going to pick what this man has said that is from the north? Why is it that they are sitting down there trying to be patriotic, but they are deceptive? Niger Watch, I will say more. We are too fast reacting instead of sitting down, thinking, go into our books and bring history and bring men that have spoken worse than this. Kemi is more patriotic than those that are against her. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Black Panther. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for your submission. Thank you very much, everyone right there. And God will bless you now. Thank you for your time with us. Yes, that's supposed to be the last person on the panel, but we just had our brother coming in now. Oga Chris, thanks for coming in. As usual, God bless you, my brother. Yes, Yana, you'll talk to us now. Then you can help us to take the final submission. Because me, I be one your kickstart final submission straight away now from Oga Pansat. Thank you, sir. Oga CM don't go still come again. Hey, this evening again. They're not going to see final submission for this evening at all.
Oga CM don't come. Thank God. Me as he come, thank God. It's my reference today, my second submission.
Believe in 2 minutes. I would like to just make a couple of remarks whenever you give me the chance, and then I'll exit and listen from the outside.
No, that's fine. Oga Chris will handle that, sir. That you are the next who will call you. That's fine. Okay, anyway, Oga Chris, you have the floor, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Anjawas, thank you very much.
Oga Chris, Oga Chris, I beg for pardon. Before you go to make your I want to make a submission to Najawash. Najawash, this topic you brought in today is very realistic, and people need to learn. Patriotism, it's thrown into the trash can. We need to tear this topic apart very well for people to understand it. Thank you.
We are already here. More tierra.
Yeah, well, Mr. Anjawas, happy Monday to you, sir, and your beautiful family. Don't, sir. And thank you so much again for these wonderful opportunities that you have afforded Nigerians to be able to contribute to the issues that affect their very essence of living. And thank you so much for this big sacrifice. May the good Lord continue to bless you. I wish we have so many of these kind of stations like this that are willing to speak truth to power. Stations that are devoid of any form of ethnic or religious coloration, because it's a strange country we live in. Well, before we delve into the matters, let me take some time to follow the standard protocols, and that would be to say a proper good evening to everybody. And I would like to start from the comment section, and because that's my constituency. Yeah, everybody in the comment section, I see all of you now. Good evening.
Comment section is your constituency.
Yes, now, Mr. Nigeria. You know, say that there we did before. It's now Abuja we can't do so. Now, so comment section. Panel na Abuja, comment section are states. Now from there. So comment section, that's my constituency. Let me greet all of you, especially. I wish you a very beautiful first work day of the week. Yeah, it's good to be with all of you again this evening, and I thank you all for keeping the commentary on that space as civil as you can. And thank you for your contribution, for thickening the discussion, the debate coming from different perspectives. And on the diaspora, I want to say thank you so much for all you do. We appreciate you, we love you, we value you. And we know you are a very strong pillar to this broadcast every day. Your sacrifice is immense. It cannot be quantified. Thank you so much. And people on the panel with me, I want to say good evening to all of you and everybody listening to us from all over the world, people that have called in, all of you. I want to say good evening to all of you, and let the discussion continue. Well, I think the simple truth is that we all know what's wrong with our country, but the problem is that we want to be politically correct. We don't want to offend some people when we talk, because the bane of our development, if anybody cares to listen, for me, from what I've seen, is religion first, then your ethnic and tribal affiliation second. If any person, if you ever think that a nation that is almost 50-50 Muslim and Christians will coexist and move forward in one accord, you are living in Lola land. You are living in a fool's paradise. It's never going to happen. And to add insult to injury, you have so many ethnic nationalities, and then what all these ethnic nationalities, what they do at every point in time is that they are all fighting for superiority. And they've so skewed the environment in such a way that the fools are the ones leading the intelligent ones, and you think you are going to go anywhere. Do you expect the fools do you expect them to ever give opportunity for the intelligent people to come to power? It's never going to happen. It is never going to happen. If we must even live together, if we must survive as a nation, we must completely downplay or eschew completely religion, state of origin, and things like that from any facet, every facet of our society. You cannot tell me that you have structures like national mosque, church, national this, national that. It's never going to work. As long as there's always religious consideration, look at the last election that we did. Was it not about Muslim ticket? And tell me what audacity. You spent 400 billion, about 400 billion if I'm not mistaken, in creating a system, and one person, one individual wake up and turn off that system and nothing could be done to him. Obviously because of the part of the nation where he comes from and his religion. We know the way Nigeria is set up. It was never set up to succeed. That was why the people that set up this nation, they were, I don't know if it is smart, they understand, and they said after 100 years, Oga, una get opportunity to take this course, so as to now take continue in our life. But what have we done? It's only to sit back and keep blaming these people every day. Whereas the solutions to our problems, they are all lying right on our faces. If it comes to our we have politicians that we support, even if they are doing what we condemned yesterday, as long as they are the one doing it, we find excuses for them. We look for how to make a case for them. To be honest, I don't really know how this whole thing is going to play out, but as long as I am concerned, if we continue like this, just like we are doing now, we are never, ever going to get to anywhere at all. Never, ever going to get to anywhere. Just take the case of Kemi Badenoch. In all sincerity, I was just looking at the Arise people and I was laughing. It's a classic case of political correctness. I don't even know the importance of the Anthony Joshua video that they played in this discussion. I don't know. It also, the only problem I have there is that Rufai also played along with them. This is not the usual Rufai. How is Anthony Joshua's video related to Kemi Badenoch submission? These speeches were given under two completely different circumstances, and you are comparing both. Is there a basis for that? There is no basis for that at all. And how often can they tell me, is there any 44-year-old Nigerian lady that can be in Kemi's Badenoch position? 44-year-old Nigerian lady without godfather, without anything, that could have risen to Kemi's position? I don't think there is any. Those are the kind of issues that Kemi Badenoch raised. And at the end of the day, everybody is just completely, they are all living the things that he said. Kemi Badenoch raised very, very serious allegations against a sitting vice president. I'm surprised the mainstream media, they are not lashing on that. Why are they not able to lash on that? Because of the kind of things that Kemi Badenoch complained about, because of the problem of the nation, because there's no justice. Because that was the thrust of everything that Kemi Badenoch talked about, no justice. And that is why this mainstream media, they are all trying to be politically correct. Just to make sure that the injustice system does not come after them. Now, Kemi Badenoch's team, that thing we have all been afraid of. Her team, they have told Shettima that it was during his time as the governor that the Chibok saga happened, that he should come and tell the world what role his government played as governor of Borno State. I'm surprised the mainstream media, they are not talking about that. Whereas when the Chibok girls incident happened, it was so bad that everybody lashed on it because it was Jonathan. Everybody was talking about it. But this time around, if you talk about insecurity, they say you are politicizing insecurity. Tell me, there's nothing the young lady said. There's nothing that she said that is not true. If anyone is not true, they should let us know. They should simply let us know. I even heard, it's completely heartbreaking. I even heard, this little fella was saying that London is becoming somehow unsafe. And come on, who are the people making London unsafe? Since when did London started becoming unsafe? Is it not still the same, the influx of immigrants that we are talking about? Is it not the people that are bringing their stupidity from their countries coming to flood everywhere? Is it not still the same thing? And for God's sake, are they oblivious of the fact that Anthony Joshua was supposed to have been on the 2012 Olympic teams for Nigeria? But because of tribalism and whatever, he was rejected. Was that not why he went back to the UK? He wanted to represent Nigeria. So for the fact that Anthony Joshua has decided to speak on one aspect of his experience with the Nigerian state, Does that automatically mean that everything that Kemi has said is wrong? Is that not a basis for saying that whatever Kemi said, she was not supposed to say so? How can we sit down? We saw the biggest fraud in history. The biggest fraud in history, the 2023 elections. And we are still looking for excuses. We are still making excuses for our nation.
Okay, Oga Chris, Mr. Pansa want to quickly talk for 2 minutes because he's about to leave.
Okay, yeah. I even forget, Seth.
I beg before you go, after that, Mr. Chris, I will want to add something. I beg.
Yes, please. Nigeria, I beg, bring him in, I beg.
Mr. Pansa, there with you for there now.
I know they say I'm for screen. I'm not saying.
We don't come out to.
Okay, yes, just come out, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you not call on that time we tell me that. Okay, that's fine.
It's sad. I don't. Mr. Pansat, if you are listening to us, please, you can jump in at any point in time.
He was traveling.
Oh,
Say I was going to the. He was on the way to the airport.
Oh,
but that's fine. We can move on.
Mr. Pansat, yeah.
Our question, yeah.
Okay.
It's not a question. I just wanted to contribute to what Mr. Chris was saying about Joshua being, sidelined because he was not one of those, you can imagine he's a Yoruba, and he was sidelined as well, not to represent Nigeria. I have the same thing. My son also was the same thing. My son played football, and they approached him, that he should come and represent Nigeria. But then, you know what? They wanted him to give them money, to give them $20,000. Then he told them, listen, I was doing well where I'm playing. I didn't call for you. You came to me. Why should you be asking me to give you money? You can imagine. So if you come out tomorrow now, like I'm saying, now they will say I'm spoiling Nigeria, Abi. But this was my experience. This was my son's experience. What are we talking about? I beg, make we not deceive ourselves. I'll leave on. Continue, Mr. Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's the same story with everybody. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at your own personal experience. So, for example, if you decide not to say your own experience and another person is saying his or her experience, it doesn't automatically negate your own experience. If Anthony Joshua has decided not to, because what are they even saying? Has Anthony Joshua not said the same thing before? He has also complained exactly this kind of complaint before. Now I remembered. So I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. He has complained like this before, and nobody heard him.
He has complained like this before, so they should also bring that complaint and play it side by side with what Kemi has said. Let's even assume he didn't also, let's just assume he didn't complain. So because Anthony Joshua now say blah, 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 A, B, 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 C, C, C. So does that now mean that everything that Kemi said is not right? That is why I keep saying we are the greatest enemy of ourselves. We know the country is in a mess. We have seen the activities of these terrorists, what they are doing. We have seen the atrocities and everything. And these are just the things that Kemi has. Was really the Kemi said and she's first a Yoruba before. And of course, is that not the case? I expect Rufai and the rest people. I'm just focused on Rufai because I'm a bit disappointed. The others, they are okay. They are. I don't really give a damn about the others.
Chris, can you give me 10 seconds?
Please continue.
Chris, I want you to judge this one that I'm saying now. Somebody said, who comes here to speak eloquently well, said your tribe can be exchanged as the way you change your religion or your status of your country. You can change it and start bearing another tribe. Somebody here, like people that say it's intellectually sound, said that on the network.
Yeah, well, it depends now. It depends on how people take it. It depends on how people react. For me, that would be stupidity in the highest order. It's stupidity in the highest order. Okay, now, see, that's why I said I'm focusing on Rufai. Okay, you mean, for example, Just take, for example, you see that Benin City there, Edo State, Benin City. I can trace how long we've been living there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. That was where God created me. That was everything about, that has been everything about me. My great, 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 great grandfather, everything. Then you tell me that one day, one Oyibo man with a girlfriend, they go just come sit down, can't change everything about me, give me new name. Then I'll come to use that one, they dance, they go. I go leave the one where God give me. It doesn't make sense. It's stupidity in the highest order. Complete stupidity. I think the less we try to be more politically correct, the better for all of us. And if we are going to continue like this, it is this same result we are going to be getting as a nation. I completely agree with everything Kemi has said. And let people not forget, officially, Kemi is the leader of the opposition, officially. So, and in UK, they used to have, they have a system that they call the shadow government. Kemi is private to a vast amount of security information that is at par with that of the British Prime Minister at every point in time. And she's not just a flippant talker. She's not what she's saying. People say she's dancing to the tune of the right-wing politicians. And so, what about our politicians for Nigeria? What about the president? All of them, if they are campaigning, don't they dance to the tune of the... Are they not pretending? So will they pretend, say they be Christians? So will they pretend, say they be Muslim? At the end of the day, if your name is not so and so, if it doesn't reflect so, I don't know how to put this. People who not even know, say Tunde Idiagbon today, we all of them, they say he had to claim another state of origin before he could get into the Nigerian military. And a lot of people have been doing that. You need to claim some state of origin before you can get some federal appointments. Is enough not enough? Kemi is only 44. She joined politics just like 10 years ago. And now she's at the top of it all. Is that possible in your country? I don't know. Well, we still have a long time to go, and then let's just continue the broadcast. It's so sad that that yeah,
like you said, Kemi joined politics in the UK. There is nothing as bad as if you can find her from in her inner mind. There's nothing as bad as her having the opportunity to rule Nigeria, to be a politician in Nigeria where things work. So she's seeing her pain. Being here does not mean she's really that happy. But she has to say it.
And so, well, the thing is that I don't know what to say. These people, I think they are all just somehow. He paid me well, say Pansat. I really miss Pansat. Well, Pansat, if you are still there, you can always jump in, like we said. Let's just move on with the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a station of choice, the Nigeria's YouTube station. We are here to deepen democracy and to make sure that the news that are affecting you and I permeate every facet of our society. And thank you for allowing us to your cyberspace every evening. Thank you so much. May good Lord continue to bless you. By the same extension, we want to urge everybody to use the like sign, dollar sign, and the share button. Please click on the share button and it takes you straight to your social media handle. Distribute this good news to your friends, families, and well-wishers. All of them, even your enemies, people you don't talk to. Distribute this information because in this way you are not fighting for the emancipation of your nation. And if you can, please buy a cup of coffee for the CEO of this station. Is in order. It's a way of encouragement, and use the share button. And don't forget the share button. If you use it the first time, please don't use it the second time because by that you only just be liking what you've liked before. Please use the share button, use the share button, and use the share button again and again and again as much as you can. Even if you've shared to somebody before, continue to share because in so doing, consistency, persistency, eventually some people might be forced to check what you are even sharing. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's continue on the broadcast. And Let's welcome Dr. CM to talk to us. Mr. CM, it's good to have you on the show. Not perfect, but better. Let's ride, Mr. CM, Dr. CM.
Hey, thank you. Good evening, Chris. Thank you very much. Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, viewers and listeners, wherever you may be these days. Quite this winter. Sorry. Hello.
I greet you, Augustine. Well done, sir.
Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Niger Watch. Thank you for what you do, at least for the opportunity where we don't pay to come and speak on like a rise and all those them. Anyway, thank you, Black Panther. At least it's like you preempted what I wanted to say, but I think what Tafawa Balewa, because we are talking of Kemi versus Shetima, what Tafawa Balewa said in 1948, he said, unquote, since 1914, the British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country. But the Nigerian people do not show any sign of willingness to unite. Nigerian unity is only a British intention for the country. 1948. That is to say, 34 years after amalgamation, 12 years before independence. And that was during independence struggle of Nahorozi, Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, and all of them. Now, a man who said this was found fit to be the first prime minister. When he died, they have to put his face on a 5 naira note till today. They named the university in Bauchi, Tafawa Balewa University, after him. They named the popular bus stop or sort of a race course.
I beg, Oga, CM, let Mr. Pansa quickly talk. You want to come up now? Go ahead, okay. Mr. Pansa.
I just wanted to show you guys the expansive infrastructure called the Los Angeles Airport.
Okay, now Ikeja be this, Ikeja.
I've been saying, like I wish you now a good show. I'm listening to the show. And Chris, you're doing a good job. I know he forgot about me, but it was inadvertent and it's okay. I'll keep what I have to say till next time. Have a great show.
Thank you, sir. All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Sad. It's good that you came back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
No worry.
I was just bothered. It's really good. I just felt relieved. Thank you for coming back here.
So thank you. Like I was saying, a man who, the first prime minister, look at what he said in 1948, 34 years after amalgamation, 12 years before independence. In fact, at the height of the struggle for independence, when they were doing meeting here, Macpherson Constitution, Richard Constitution, Littleton Constitution, Bernard Bodilon Constitution, Clifford Constitution, in all those times, look at what he said. And that was pure truth. Yet, at independence, after his death, he became a prime minister. Then, like I was saying, his face is on the 5 naira note till today. They named important monuments. In Lagos, you have the Tafawa Balewa Square. The English made it, they call it race course, but they changed it to Tafawa Balewa Square, and which is very popular in Lagos. Still in Lagos, there's a place at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos, the medical school, sort of a gatherings, like a very open place, like an amphitheater, sort of. They named it Tafawa Balewa Plaza. Then up there in Bauchi, where he came from, they named the university after him, Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi. Then up there in Bauchi still, they named an airport, Tafawa Balewa International Airport in Bauchi. Now, I don't need to bore you whether there's a street named after him in Abuja, that is for sure, and it should be one of the longest. In Kaduna, the same. In Kano, the same. All over the north, there is. So what he's trying to tell you is that look at the legacy, look at what the man said, and they took it to be nothing, and then nothing will happen, and then in fact it was even honored as a good prime minister, but he said the truth about the country. Probably then he has been working to unite Nigeria. Since the British worked, it didn't help. Then he became prime minister, it didn't help, and now I'm here. But let me get back to what really did Kemi Badenoch, sorry, I don't know, I think the Badenoch also, Kemi Badenoch, what did she say? Here in the UK, once upon a time, there lived a prime minister called Winston Churchill, Winston Randolph Churchill. They regard him as their greatest wartime prime minister. The guy said, he told them in the parliament, he said, whenever he goes out of the United Kingdom, if anybody dare say anything negative or anything unpalatable, uncomplimentary about the UK, he said he's ready to fight to the last drop of his blood, defending his country. That is when he travels out of the UK. He said, but when he comes back, he will call his country people and tell them the truth. So what we do here, we are telling our country people the truth. What Kemi said is the home truth. In fact, it pains me that Kemi is not even loud enough. The mess Shetima brought to Nigeria because of this public relation disaster, I don't think it can ever be repaired. Such a job of replying Kemi should have been thrown to Reno Mokri, who is looking for job. Anyway, though Reno is the minister for P2B, because he specialized on P2B. So maybe these days when he hasn't spoken, you can give that to him. I would have suggested Daniel Bwala, but Daniel Bwala is the minister for obedient. Even if mosquito bite, I'm an obedient. Or better still, but Daniel Bwala is engaged now with a proper portfolio. So better still, they would have invited the Jesuteka or Nokwasa, who is outside pissing in. They should have invited him and give him this job and see how he's going to handle Kemi. Why I'm suggesting it's not that whatever he says against Kemi will be right, but the fact that it shouldn't be a vice president degrading himself, trading words with Kemi. Even at that, the vice president has a lot of dent, who ordinarily shouldn't be a vice president. Look at his terrorism credentials. Can you imagine that? Look at his political posturing. People are clamoring for let's restructure Nigeria to favor everybody. He said, restructure my foot. These are the people that promoted Muslim ticket. Can you imagine? Look at where he messed himself up. Kemi didn't even say anything. By the way, what do they expect Kemi to say? That she's not Yoruba, or that she's not proud to be a Yoruba, she's proud to be a Nigerian. What nonsense. Kemi is Yoruba by what is it called? Kemi is Yoruba by indigenous identity, but British by nationality. I am Igbo by indigenous identity. I can be any country by nationality. If I decide to take American citizenship, I become a US by nationality. If I drop that of US and take Japan, I've taken Japanese nationality. But my indigenous identity is Igbo. It doesn't change. There is no way, if you bring 5 Americans that took different, let's say, people that took American citizenship, if you check their DNA, they can never match. The DNA does not match you based on national identity. Nationality. It matches you based on indigenous identity. If you take a Yoruba man like Kemi, a Yoruba lady like Kemi, and then take another Yoruba lady who took Japanese citizenship, if you check their DNA, it's gonna correspond because they are Yoruba, but they are different nationality. Which brings me to what Black Panther hinted. Yes, I witnessed his Black Panther. You are right. somebody who profess. You see, that's why sometimes I don't reply to some people, because my father taught me, said when somebody talks or finish speaking, you divide whatever the person said into two, those that matter and those that do not matter. So to me, how can somebody say you can change your indigenous identity? So if today you are Yoruba blood, your father is Yoruba, your mother is Yoruba, you can only change your nationality. Your DNA says where you come from. That's what they do in DNA. That is what they use. That's why they say there are Yorubas that are in Cuba, because we are talking of Kemi. There are Yorubas that are in Cuba. By nationality, they are Cubans. There are Yorubas in Brazil, in the state of Bahia, in Salvador, in Brazil. They are Yoruba people. If you check their DNA with a Yoruba man in Lagos or Abeokuta or this, it will be the same, because they are Yoruba by indigenous identity. But if you talk of nationality, we flash you a Brazilian passport and you will flash Nigerian passport. So, you see, that's why some people, when they talk, some people may think that by hosting a program or when they want to talk, they have the whole. It doesn't mean you are making sense. It's only to those people who are morons, that will just take what you. Otherwise, I can look at you, we'll be talking, but in the end, you make no sense. So nobody can change your indigenous identity. It's not changeable. You can change your nationality. You can't change your indigenous identity. You can't. Because that is the very essence of your DNA. And that determines your character. That's why when you say, they said, this person is behaving, his face looks like Indians. By looking at the face, oh yeah, this person is an Indian. By looking at this person, we say, oh yes, we know this person is a Chinese. By looking at that is the DNA that is showing. That's how it is. It's as simple as that. So what Kemi said about Nigeria, what Nigeria should have done, if they send a rain or mockery, they will be doing it on Twitter and Facebook, so that it won't attract the attention of the international community. And Kemi will now see that the person replying him is only on this. So they sort of to save Nigeria's image. Why Nigeria, the ambassador, Nigerian High Commissioner to UK, we find a way to book appointment, because Kemi, in the hierarchy, she's receiving a fat salary as the leader of the opposition to His Royal Highness King Charles government. She is the leader of opposition. The day they are going to open parliament, that is when Nigerians will realize how powerful that lady is. You will see them marching. She has every Wednesday a session to ask questions. The whole world will be listening. But Shetima, they feel that no be Nigerian girl. Why he talk like they talking down on them? But if you go into the nitty-gritty of what happened to Kemi, it's an eyesore. Who doesn't know that police steals from people? Nigerian police carries what is it called? POS machine. Am I lying? People should phone in and tell me it's a lie. Christmas is coming. Go down to the southeast, everywhere. Niger Watch, you are in Nigeria. Ask around. Police carry POS. Okay, wait till you car. No get my. Say, bring your card. Put on here. Police carry POS. Yes.
May you begin the roundup.
Okay, yeah. Police carry POS. Is that not stealing? Kemi said they stole his brother's shoe and then maybe wristwatch, and people are shy. Police is still in Nigeria, apart from buying people. Stealing is next to them. This official authority stealing, according to Fela, that's what they do. So it's an eyesore. I don't want to discuss Nigerian police because it's a total disgrace to the outside world. Go ahead, just listen to what we're now in Christmas. In a week or thereabout, we'll be celebrating Christmas. Come and see what will happen. Police, buy here, catch person. Who doesn't know police rent gun to arm robbers? Is this the first time? Is this the first time? For those in our right saying, you can't go to Peckham. Police in UK can never rent gun to an armed robber. If you like, quote me. So are we proud of our police? Who hasn't had it rough with the police? Till today, they are collecting tax in the southeast. Then if tomorrow I will now start to say, people will say you are degrading Nigeria. Who is Shetima Papa self to talk of Nigeria? You know, they want to talk. You love Nigeria more than Lord Lugard that created them. Nigeria has expired. That's why Jonathan organized 2014 conference so that we now say that is a white man's initiative. Let the black people take the initiative and then design a country for themselves. They shut it down, brought Boko Haram, removed Jonathan. When Jonathan was handing over to Buhari, he said, "I'm giving you this document, the most important, apart from the constitution. This is the decision of Nigerians in 2014." The thing just tear the thing through away. That is where we are today, and everybody is forcing you. You don't force an unwilling people.
Dr. CM,
said it. You don't
did
force
you
an
know that
unwilling people.
Dr. CM, did you know that they purposely did that thing because of the amalgamation has ended? That is why Absalami rush in doing that.
Are you not? No, Buhari. That is the thing. Because Jonathan did it. We know Ozekome was voted the best conferee, the best delegate, the most outstanding. He said it, and I read it. They said everything, more than 1,000 items. They trashed it. Let them put it, and then let's live together as brothers and sisters. They throw it away because they want the British favor this thing to continue to subjugate us. In fact, if they allow Kemi to talk, to open her mouth, hey, Nigeria with Nigeria, Kemi is even more eloquent than Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu didn't even say anything. This lady knew much, and she's full of energy. She will expose everything. Thank God he has received the blessing of Sunday Igboho, so she can now go on. Nigeria had better retrace their footsteps for those who still believe that Nigeria is anything they call it. Tafawa Balewa 1948 said the people are unwilling. Until today, how many years later, almost getting to 400 years later, we are still like that. So, gentlemen, please, and ladies, let me not waste so much time. Otherwise, there are quite a lot to provoke me on this issue. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sam, it's a fine place to live, you know. And there are some very issues that you touched on. Now you talked about Tafawa Balewa. I think it was the same Tafawa Balewa. Even then, when Nnamdi Azikiwe, he was trying to tell the Fulanis that, look, Tafawa Balewa, we are all the same. We are all one Nigeria. And the man told him, no, sir. You are Igbo. Awolowo is Yoruba. Me, I am Hausa Fulani. We are different culturally. We serve different God, not the same God. We cannot be the same. We have to understand that we are different. Sule Meitama, this Meitama quarter in Abuja, his father, Sule Meitama, opened his mouth and told everybody that, look, we are all different. That in our religion, we all dip our hands in the same bowl and eat from the same bowl. And in that bowl, we don't allow infidels to dip their hand in that same bowl. These people, they've said, I don't know what. My God. What?
And who are the infidels? Your fellow countrymen and
Yeah,
women.
of course, your fellow countrymen. Not then, till now, you are still infidel, whether you like it or not. Yeah, you are still infidel. See, these people, this is what the so-called founding fathers said. This is what they said about other people. See, the level of infidel, if you are not even practicing any religion, your infidel is okay. But immediately you become a Christian, your level of infidel will increase.
We just rise.
We rise.
Dr. Chris, let me tell you, let me just say 10 seconds. Let me tell you the conclusion of the matter about the nation. Let me tell you. Let me read. It is better for us and many admirer abroad that we should disintegrate in peace and not in pieces. Should the politicians fail to heed the warning, then I will venture the prediction that the experience of the Democratic Republic of Congo will be a child's play if it ever comes to our turn to play such a tragic role. This was written after analyzing 1947 and 1948 by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1964. So we should get our brain clear very well now.
Yeah, so now see the same thing all of us. They talk. See that Peckham example we then give. That make me say, I don't know why Rufai even joined them. See, That area of London, they are talking about, Dr. Say, those one on my area, Peckham,
No, not be
Elephant and
my.
Castle.
Which
So
one? Which one do you
London,
like?
I mean UK
Okay,
now
which
your area.
one?
Not Peckham I dey talk. You see, Peckham. If you dey Peckham, is it different from if you are in Lagos? If you dey
Peckham,
Peckham,
it's not
it's not
different, man.
different. Peckham is just like anywhere in Lagos or Ghana. Elephant and Castle, those areas there. Old Kent, all those areas.
Peckham na Lagos Island now.
If you are in those areas, it's not different. So that's why the crime rate is similar to what you have in your nation.
You go see person for street say whether you want to do affidavit for UK affidavit.
Yes. So I don't know why they go use that example.
No,
they for use Chelsea now.
Yeah.
They use Chelsea, all those top notch places.
Wimbledon, where they play tennis, those sides.
Or Cambridge.
Yeah.
Maybe we continue. Mr. Njawaj, I beg, Madam Rita is at the backstage. If you can kindly open the door for her. While we are waiting for Madam Rita, we are going to go on the second segment of this broadcast, and it's going to be for 4 minutes. And after that, Njawaj will determine if we can continue or not. But anytime Madam Rita comes, she's going to take her 8 minutes. I'll just call the names. Maybe the way they are on the screen, and the first person to speak with us will be Madam Patricia, the returning Madam Patricia Tagbajumi. Madam Patricia, it's good to have you. You don't taste more. Oh yeah, open your microphone when you talk to us. 4 minutes. Madam Patricia, are you still there? Madam Patricia, it appears Madam Patricia may not be immediately available. Oh, let's see. Okay. She's available.
I'm not available. Just let somebody else speak. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Patricia, I'll come to you later. We come to Black Panther. Black Panther, it's good to have you on the show. Oh yeah, a new constitution will dissolve it. Oh yeah, talk to us.
My brother, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
May God bless you.
And you too, sir.
I want to read this statement. I am not on the side of Shetima, but I understand the process of nationhood. What that woman, Kemi, did, she chose her word carefully and she divided Nigeria. And many of us will say she's caring about the Yoruba people, but she attacked the Yoruba nation. Some will be saying, I am a Yoruba first. Who told you you are Yoruba first? You can change your tribe. You can change your tribe the way you change your country. After all, nations in England, they were not English, but they were factions that came together to become English. That is, he was trying to say they change it.
I get what you mean, Black Panther. Sorry, I get what you mean.
So Kemi attacked Nigeria. If she said that she's from Ijebu, the Yorubas will say she's attacking the Yoruba nation. Now, this is a quote. I quote it verbatim because I have to listen to the tape all over twice to wonder whether it's in its right senses, but I have to write down the quote verbatim, and I'm going to keep this. Now I'm going to speak it. I'll be keeping a lot. I've kept a lot, and I'm going to speak it to his face. And people will now know that some people have been subjected to ridicule. They have been subjected to something else, and they are on their knee eating from the crumbs from their master's table. So they are just there in diaspora, but their masters are paying the price. They are paying what you, just like buying a goose in the grocery shop. They have a price tag. That is why you see people say, Nigerians, what do you really need? And that is why some of us say, are you really a Nigerian? Because there's a level you will go deep into the Nigerian world, into the Nigerian space. People will say, this person is from this place. because there's a tongue, there's an accent, or there's something that will make everyone to recognize that this person is from this place, like Dr. CM said. Those are the signs that we did not create on our own. They came to us by the creator. That means the creator recognized what is called tradition and tribe. Now, I want to say here, some of us are saying Kemi is doing this, but you are looking for somebody that would really break the yoke for us, wherever it might come from. You people, we have been hoping, oh, let us see somebody that will talk and make them shake for where they are in Aso Rock. And somebody that is so patriotic came to speak the truth. And the question I will always say, what is the definition of patriotism to us as an individual? What is our definition? Is patriotism definition of pretending to speak the truth? Meanwhile, we are saying we are not speaking the truth. Is that patriotism? What makes me to be patriotic? Is it by supporting the decadence in my society, or supporting the politicians that are eating the money, or painting Nigeria like a snow while Nigeria is black? If you do this, you are telling those that have fought for this revolution, who has gone down the grave, that they are meaningless, because you are not fighting. If you are not on the side of Kemi, you are telling those that the institution has made to cry and be thrown into 6 feet. Then the question you will ask yourself, who am I? And what really do I believe in? Do I want the Nigerian that will be free, where you can have freedom of speech to speak it the way it is? We all have been fighting for freedom of speech. But our freedom of speech in Nigeria is not really freedom of speech. But if a woman who is of a Nigerian origin spoke, because she's in a place where freedom of speech, they see it and they speak it the way they see it. And this woman is loaded with intel that you and I does not have. She does not speak out of her body movement or psychological whatever. She speaks from an intel given to her. Do you think being a conservative leader is something that you go on the street like what you do in PDP and APC and Labour Party? No. They undergo serious scrutiny, and she came out, she was speaking the truth. And I pose a question to every one of you that is opposing her, that she's not patriotic enough. What is the truth? I ask you, what is the truth about your nation that even your forefather creation, people that created the country, have spoken? We've read abstracts from their word. Nnamdi Azikiwe abstract. We've read Ahmadu Bello abstract. We've read Awolowo abstract. Will I say Awolowo is not patriotic enough? Let me round up with 10. Will I say Awolowo and Zik are not patriotic enough? Now the question we ask ourselves, how patriotic are we to dig in and get that emancipation? Is it going to come in the platter of gold? In the platter of gold for us? No, we have to fight for it. And thank you. Anybody that said Kemi is not patriotic enough, you are the one that is not patriotic enough. And I will say here finally that Kemi is more patriotic than you and all of you that are fighting it. And Arise News they are a disgrace to journalism in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Black Panther, for your submission. Well, I think the disgrace part of Arise News, well, anyhow, Friday tried since. I think he just, on this one, I believe he didn't get it right. I'm sure most of his fans will reach out to him, and that's for that. And Nanjawach, I beg again, if you are still there, Madam Rita is still at the backstage, please, Mr. Nanjawach. Yes, Madam Rita, just hang on. If he comes, he's going to let you in. Don't worry, we'll be here until he comes back. So Black Panther now too. And see, there's something that is wrong with our nation. Do you know that what Kemi has said now, assuming it's another person in the same position as Kemi, let's say somebody from another part of the nation, when that person talk this thing, the reaction of some people will also be different. Some people supporting Kemi today, they will be against that person. You will be against that person, especially if the person is from the southeast. We have to say these things the way they are. Because I've seen a lot of people on television, on newspaper, trying to support Kemi, which is good. But these are the same people that never saw anything good from the same people that have also demanded for this kind of and that has made the same kind of statement before. So that's just the sad part. It's the sad part of our nation because we are different. We must start to understand that. So even if we must decide to live together, we must factor in our individual differences. And not until we begin to downplay all these, there's no way we can move forward. Is either we just two things, either we downplay everything, we just go ahead, no need to consider your ethnicity or your religion or your whatever, wherever you came from, like what happened in the last Edo election when it was like it must be zoned to Edo Central. It's either we just decide to do away with that or we consider it fully as in you respect everybody's opinion. You cannot just wake up and tell me you are rotating power. It has a full and rule, nobody will feel rule. Immediately they are out of power. There's fire everywhere. No. You must copy the example of very diverse nations, like Switzerland, for example. You develop rich Switzerland. Are you more educated than them? They still saw the difference in themselves. That's why you can't have one person as the president. All of them they come together and govern the nation every time, the same time. They'll just only have one person, which will change to the next region after the first after the tenure of whoever is there. I beg. My brother Amoshola, are you still there? Amashola, yeah.
See here.
It's good to have you, my bro. Make you fire 4 minutes.
What
Emmanuel,
I
we can
said,
see you at the backstage. Don't worry. You and Madam Rita is at the backstage, and Mr. Najawo to come and let you guys in. But just be ready. Be turning on your camera intermittently. Okay. Thank you so much. Mashallah, make you fire on.
yeah, Mr. Chris, let me start from where you stopped. Um, we seen. I want to ask a question. Let me ask this question. Everybody on the panel: who is a Nigerian?
Exactly.
Who is a Nigerian? This is my own opinion. A Nigerian is a human being who was born in Lagos, schooled in Kano, lives in Kano, did NYSC in Kano, married a woman from the Kano state, and desires to be the governor of Kano state, but is originally from Lagos state. Is it possible? The day this is possible, that's the day Nigeria will be a country. Because if you're not from one place, I cannot
Mashallah, I
contest.
beg you left something out. Not just only marry in Kano, can contest as a governor in Kano. Why
That's
his
what I'm
brother,
saying.
why his
That's
brother can also contest as a governor in neighboring Jigawa without any person questioning where they came from.
him. The day we can have that in the country, that's the day our problem will be solved. The president is talking about tax reform because the tax reform is not going to it's not going to benefit the North. They are kicking against it. You are not bringing anything to the table. We are 7 on this panel. If I'm bringing something, I'm the one that is bringing the highest share, and maybe Madam Rita is one that is not bringing anything at all, and she wants to share 50-50. Is it possible? That's what's wrong in Nigeria. The oil that they use, the oil money they use in building the Abuja, that UK is trying to turn to something else now. It's from another data they did got that money from. The money Nigeria is spending and wasting is from that resources. But the resources from the north, nobody knows how it goes. Nobody knows who is spending it. We don't know how much they have made so far. And yet we still are one country. And then when they talk, when a Nigerian from outside speaks, everybody's criticizing her. like I said before, Nigerians don't like the truth. What is the truth? The truth is in our eye. 2023 election was rigged. Who won it? We all know. But yet we will not say it because we are all. I don't seem to understand. The country is funny, very funny set of human beings. You know that this thing you are doing is wrong, but yet you can't talk, and then it's wrong. It becomes the right thing. A policeman is collecting bribe, and you keep giving him because it's nice thing. This is Christmas. The hoodlums will be on the road with their tires and everything, disturbing people traveling, and they will collect money, and they will do it as if it is their right. The policeman is collecting money as if it is right. And this lady has said Nigerian police are corrupt, and we're not saying it's talking bad. The president, the vice president, they put it to your face. You said you want to fix, yeah, when you were campaigning, you said you tackle the economy. Tackle the economy now. Now the economy is in shambles. What are you now doing? Okay, security. You say you do. Security is there now. Which one are you doing? Because you say you're the vice president. The president is not giving you a chance. Do and let us see, and leave Twitter, because you are doing Twitter because you are jobless, because you are facing corruption, facing other things. You will not have time for Kemi. And Kemi that is saying the truth now. Everybody is going against her when we all know that the country is in a mess. Professor Keyamo has done something in the national airports by making sure that all those people that collect money and extort money, such things doesn't happen in the international airport again. Because the man knows that is wrong. Tomorrow now, somebody will go to the Nigeria now, that kind of thing. The most funny thing is I was waiting for the day I would travel back, and then I will meet this tout asking for money. I will cause the scene in the airport that day. Because the way they behave, Nigerian security officers, once they're in uniform, it's like it is your right to demand for money. And the day will change this attitude. Because we always give them an excuse that maybe they don't pay them well. Even though you pay the Nigerian police officer well, they will still collect money. To me, I know I can't be the president of Nigeria. I don't even dream it. But if anything makes me, God knows, from the beginning of the highest position in Nigeria police, will be sacked. And they will now do restructuring of Nigeria police. If they can restructure Nigeria police, Delta State have your own, Lagos State have your own. Things will change. But because they want to choose not change, they want it a central one where they can still be controlling the entire country the way they like. So they can pick up anybody they want to pick up at any point in time. That they picked the driver to the now tomorrow we don't know. A country whereby you speak the truth, you see the truth, the people on top will pass on you. We don't have a country. 2027 is going to be a miracle. Any politics they are doing now is only a miracle because these people in power, they were not in power. They rigged the election. Now they are in power. Tell me how you want to do it. Which miracle? Thank you, Nigeria Watch.
Yeah, thank you, Omoshola. Which miracle? Aha. And so we say, no miracle go happen. We don't talk on before. Say, if you think that, I don't know how to put this. Sometimes I don't know. Well, let me just say it in plain text. See, Tinubu was not in power, and he was not even on the good books of the APC. He was able to wrestle power from them, became the president. So you now think, in your widest and craziest imagination, that the man is going to just throw his hands akimbo and wait for you to take over power from him in 2027? It's not going to be possible unless there are solid electoral reforms, very solid ones. It's just going to be another dance of shame, another one. I
Mr.
was
Chris,
expecting,
Mr. Chris,
yeah.
even the electoral reform you are talking about, they did it. Beavers was there. Didn't they turn it off? There is no magic. That is why his son can come out and say he wants to be the governor of Lagos State.
That's exactly the point. In Edo,
What is finished?
at least in Edo, they have there at least there's evidence to even try and go to court. In in Ondo, there's no evidence. In Ondo, there is no,
It's
there
like
are
Yeah,
case
Oga
law.
never come out for Ondo no talk. Oh, he no talk.
Mr.
Now
Chris,
other people when they
the
talk.
Ondo own, the Ondo own. Maybe they do mistake for Edo State. Maybe they corrected the error in
no,
Edo.
the problem,
And
you
this
know,
was
the problem for Edo, not even Edo. Okay, what about Imo? Imo don't happen long before Edo. Imo, no evidence also. Those ones, the right result come from house.
Yes,
Oh, Pusodima, the right
yes.
result come from house. Hmm? And this one, na even man, how old is Hope Uzodinma? At least this is somebody that should, for whatever it is, he go still understand. Say young generation they come. His spouse is a very young lady, you know. He should be thinking young as well. I better go. Maybe we continue. Make one person not talk and finish like Black man talk. It's good to have an Rita and everybody on the Monday broadcast of this, I'm sure. Madam Rita, it's good to have you on the show. You want to open your microphone and talk to us? How are you doing? I hope you are good. Good evening, madam.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chris and Mr. Elvis, my lovely mommy Diaspora, um, Madam Patricia, Black Panther, Mr. Omashola, Dr. CM, and Mr. F. Emmanuel, and everybody in the comment section too. I am greeting you all. Before I start, I wanted to ask a question to Black Panther. You said Kemi Badenoch is patriotic. Please, can you clarify what do you mean? Is she patriotic to the United Kingdom or she's a patriotic Nigerian? Before I start, I just wanted to get that clarification from Black Panther.
I can answer it if Black Panther
Okay,
know. Well,
go
to me,
ahead, sir.
the patriotism, when Black Panther said it, he's being patriotic to Nigeria to tell Nigeria the truth.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the truth hurts, but we know. Thank you.
I don't think that would be a good adjective to describe Kemi's Badenoch's responsive. Can somebody mute themselves because I'm echoing, please? I don't think that's a good adjective to describe, Kemi Badenoch's opinion about her personal experience in Nigeria. To say she's being patriotic to Nigeria because she's saying the truth. That's total. I don't think. I mean, we all know the definition of patriotism: somebody who is devoted, loves, and can stand for, in terms of, a patriotic citizen, somebody who is devoted, love, and has some sense of attachment to, a nation, and that is patriotism. So when we use certain words, people are listening to us and people are learning from us. What Kemi Badenoch experienced based on her own personal experience or whatever ambition that she's following, that's not patriotism to Nigeria. I'm sorry. That's patriotism. And she has said it time and time again. Her patriotism is for the United Kingdom. Her patriotism as a leader of the Conservative is what she's focused on. She's not there to do PR for Nigeria. So how is she patriotic to Nigeria? She just told you who she's in allegiance to. So using those, you can use another word, but that's not being patriotic. Yes, sir.
So that we don't make it a back and forth argument. I don't know if you follow the beginning of the discussion. How he got to that patriotism was that he said people that were attacking Kemi Badenoch, they were doing it as if they were patriotic. They were trying to prove that they were patriotic. That if you are even talking about patriotism, it is Kemi that should even be considered as somebody that's patriotic because she's speaking the truth. So is speaking the truth, the fact that's actually affecting Nigeria the way it is. So He wasn't just saying that because Kemi said that Kemi is not a patriotic Nigerian.
Mr.
It
Chris,
wasn't.
you're just convoluting everything. I
No, it
just asked
wasn't
the
that.
question. It was
It wasn't in that
straightforward.
context.
Dr.
It
CM answered
wasn't.
the question for me. It was
Yeah.
straightforward. She's saying
No,
his own the way
Madam
my
Rita, I'm
understanding.
telling
Can
you
I finish, please, sir?
where the argument started from, where this, so that it doesn't become a back and forth.
It's not a back and forth. You are making it back and forth, sir. My point, it's simple. Dr. CM just said it. That the reason why Black Panther said she's patriotic because he's saying the truth about her personal experience about Nigeria. Period. It wasn't confusing. They understood it. But my own
Madam Rita,
yes,
sorry,
sir.
forgotten you. You see, when I was coming from the time patriotism, I explained it down and brought Kemi into it. And I said, who's more patriotic now? If we have to put two of you together, who's more patriotic?
That's exactly the point I was making now.
Thank you.
Black Panther, let me tell
That's
you,
not being
Kemi is
patriotic.
she's not patriotic.
She's not
She's only
patriotic to
complaining about her
Nigeria.
experience.
Exactly. She's
Her
not
body
that's not
language,
patriotism.
everything, that is not patriotism. In fact, the question they asked her about the police
I am
in
not saying
UK,
people are still not
the
getting. Is it logic
question
that
they
I'm saying? Hold on.
hold on,
You hold on.
hold on, sir.
Hold on.
The
I'm not
question
saying
they
she's
asked
a
her
wait. You
about her
no.
experience.
I will not allow you to
No,
go
Black
on.
Panther,
You
hold
hold
on.
on first.
I will not
You
allow
hold on
you
first.
either.
Understand
Listen
me
to me. The
first.
question they asked her about the experience with the police, she didn't answer it correctly. She's supposed to focus on the
See, you are
UK
getting it
police, but
wrongly.
rather she choose Nigerian police. That is not an example of someone who is being patriotic.
My
She's
brother,
only
that is how you
complaining
got.
about
That is how you
Nigerian
got.
state.
Wait. That is how you got our argument between I and Madam Rita wrongly the other time. And Chris have to come in and explain again. I am not saying she's a Nigerian. I am just describing patriotism to your country. Is it to speak lie and paint it that is good? Is that patriotism?
I think that's
you are not
I'm not
inserting the
saying she's
word
a
appropriately.
Nigerian by nationality. I'm just saying what she's doing now.
Nobody said she's a Nigerian.
So
Never
why
said she
are
was
you
a
painting it
Nigerian.
as if the definition of patriotism is static?
I am saying
Wait. F. Emmanuel, go get to your turn.
My
I
bro.
beg you, so that
Okay. Let me just keep quiet.
I beg again. May we not cut Madam Rita off again. I waiting Black Panther talk, not be just coming to make a case that Kemi is patriotic. No, there was a submission that was going on that people that are attacking are pretending to be patriotic, but whereas it is the person that's actually speaking the facts of the situation of the country that should be considered patriotic by any stretch of imagination. So the argument ab initio is not about making a case for Kemi that she's patriotic because of what she said. I think context at times, not at times, context matters a lot in listening to arguments and submissions. I beg, may we not disturb Madam Rita again. It can be very and disorienting when we go into people's thoughts and just distort everything. Madam Rita, please continue because of that, and you get extra. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. Regardless of what context it is, it's my opinion. Using the word patriotism, to align, how she's speaking her own truth, is I disagree with that. I disagree totally. I wouldn't even use the word patriotism any close to whatever she's saying. I would not. Moving along with, you know what? They say nationalism, or rather, white nationalism is not patriotism. It's rooted in white supremacy, and that is a fact. And what do we have here? We have what they call blackface. Blackface standing on the podium of white superiority. I see Kemi Badenoch. I can say honestly that she did well for herself to get to the position where she's at today. But however, in the course of trying to be ambitious or course of trying to be something that you've always wanted, be very careful not to allow your ambition consume you. That's what I see happening with Kemi Badenoch. Her ambition is consuming her, and she's falling and falling and falling. Why do I say so? Let me give you a typical example of the police question that they asked her. The question wasn't asking her about her personal experience about Nigeria or her personal experience, about a typically Nigerian police. It was an open question, and she always needs to bring out her childhood experience into it. From the age of 16 years old, I think she's been living in the UK. How old is she? I guess she's in her 40s or late 30s, however. So within that span of time, perhaps what I was expecting her to, express her experience, in the British police, she had to bring down Nigeria first, and then of course uppity the British police. That's fine, but I guess maybe that's her style, and that is what drove her to the position where she is. Pull down the black person, Nigeria being the scapegoat, and then of course Nigeria doesn't have a good record on the face of the world right now. So it's very, very easy to be very convincing to the white supremacists. And like I said, in your course of trying to be ambitious, be very careful, because you could actually be scalding your own hand. And that is what I see. I think when Madam Love of God said, she said, she understands the British political system and all that, and Kemi Badenoch will not become the PM of Britain. Well, I would say that even if she becomes the PM of Britain, she's not going to last. Yes. And the reason why she's not going to last is because her ambition kind of overrides what she should look out for in the future for her political life, even her personal life too. It's easy now because she's young, she's vibrant, people want to, she's saying what the conservatives want to hear. She's saying what the white supremacists want to hear, and she's riding on that, and it seems that she's winning. She's getting the thumbs up from them, and she, you know what, let me just keep riding on that, regardless of anybody's position, regardless of whatever anybody feels. But at the end of the day, it always comes down to burn you. It's gonna happen. It might not be now, but we're gonna come back again, and she's probably gonna write a book, or she'll have a BBC or maybe Oprah Winfrey will give her, or maybe even one of these newscasters in Nigeria, they will have a one-on-one, and then she'll start, Mr. Charles, she'll start talking about, in 10 years time, 20 years time, like, what were you doing? So we've seen all these things happen to, especially to Black people in just kind of political leadership in a white supremacist environment. We have seen it happen time and time again. What she's doing now, to me, it's not new to me. It's like, okay, what's next? It's not new. I've seen it happen even in Canada. I've seen it in the US. It's not new. So let's just be watching. But the fact that Nigerians are coming out to, like, in fact, the vice president, to me, is fooling himself, because this is like a girl possibly old enough to be your daughter, and then you're having a banter with her or something. It's you actually look stupid, and it's embarrassing. So Shetima should focus on things that are more important. If Kemi wants to backlash in Nigeria because he's working for her politically in the UK, leave her. It gets to a point. Maybe the British people are like, you know what, we're getting tired and boring about this Nigerian experience. Please, we have other great Nigerians too who have done well, British Nigerians who have done well in the UK, and they don't talk like this. So what's your problem? You're not the only first Nigerian who has lived in Nigeria as a kid and come back as a British citizen with Nigerian cultural background and coming back. It gets to a time it gets boring. And then, for her to have that statement that she's a Yoruba person, she's proud of who she is. And it's obvious because when I was looking at her father's profile, her father is a staunch supporter of the Yoruba nation and Afenife, all those. Her father is, so you can see her background. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So if it's what she has learned and what she has seen, and how she was raised, you can't blame her now. She's going to capitalize on that, to uppity herself. So that's it's all about her right now. She's an ambitious, intelligent lady who has done well for herself to get to that position. Yes. But however, I think this ambition is overriding, herself. Even she might not even control what she's doing now, but she just got to keep going. If not, you know, we had the British, you guys know how the British politics is. There's a serious competition here. And regardless of however Nigeria feels about her or talks about her, she's not going to care right now. Moving along, Solomon, no, I want to talk about the ECOWAS thing. For the ECOWAS, I think what Mr. Elvis was playing was showing that the man from Bordelon, I think they've given those three, I would call them the three wisest countries. There's a word called, Dr. CM, there's a word called wisest, right? The three wisest countries in Africa right now is Mali, Senegal, and Niger Republic, because they have understood what this, I'll still use the word white supremacists, these users, these colonialists, you know, are doing in Africa. And so those are the three wisest men. They can use military junta, they can use all kinds of adjectives because they are wearing the uniform to describe them. But hey, they are doing way better than us. They understand what is nationalism. They are teaching their people to be proud of where they are coming from. They are teaching their people that they cannot be used by the West. They are teaching that their people value yourself. Be proud of yourself. Don't try to be like the West. The West wearing suits or speaking is proper English or whatever it is, or driving nice cars, or because they are lighter skin, it doesn't mean that they are better than you. You are great. They cannot do without you. That is what they're teaching them, confidence in where they're coming from. That's why I say that the three wisest countries in Africa right now, look at the people in ECOWAS. Are you talking about our neighbor Cameroon? Most of them, they've been over there for the past 30, 40 years. You understand? They are puppets of the West. That's the truth, including Agbado as well. So what are we talking about? So if they want to finally kick them out, man, like I've always said, what they call them, ECOWAS, African Union, they should all be scrapped, because all the people over there, you know, I mean, most of those ancient of days that are over there, you know, some of them should be, you know, the majority of them, 95% of them shouldn't be there now. They should step down while the ovation is loudest. It should step down. So that's about that for the ECOWAS thing. And for Dele Farotimi, the man who came out, Adesheye George, is kind of similar to what we were talking about yesterday. These are one of the people who want to come and mark their register, stating that Dele Farotimi should be derobed as a Nigerian lawyer. Yes, they're coming to mark register, and more are coming. As old as they are, or as young as they are, the more is coming. But the funny thing is, like I mentioned yesterday, there's a Chinese adage that says, if you hold a man down, you're also holding yourself down. If Afe Babalola think that he's incarcerating this Dele Farotimi in jail, including the likes of Adesheye George, they're also holding themselves down. They're also in prison. They're all jittery. They're all coming out. You know, they're putting all kinds of petitions. Dele Farotimi you could see he's a very peaceful. Yeah, you can see in his countenance, he's so calm. He's peaceful. He looks content. He's not even bothered. I'm sure he's not even bothered. He's just talking to one in one room, and he's just there. While they are running around writing one petition, in fact, they're all having sleepless night, looking at the constitution where they can attack him. So he's doing something to them, and so it's funny, you know. And that's why Dele Farotimi was specific, like, do not fight for me, because he knows that when he brings out this book, which they can never take away, because I think they have lost touch with the modern world of today. If you think you can seize every bookstore, or you know, do whatever you need to do to prevent people from getting the book, people have it in Kindle. I mean, you can have it hardware, you can have it software, you know, soft copy, hard copy. So it's something that's going to last for till eternity, you know. So they have kind of lost it. So, you know, this ongoing cycle of what this Hallelujah praise singers of. Can you mute yourself? I'm echoing, please. Yes, this Hallelujah praise singers, they are all having sleepless nights. Dele Farotimi, he knows what is going on outside, and he's having a field day. And I want to say, I'm so proud of the likes of Dele Farotimi. There are many more Dele Farotimis coming. This is his own personal experience. Many more are coming, and I can guarantee you, Afe Babalola's legacy is done, regardless of whatever he wanted. Is DONE. Thank you very much. I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Rita. It's a fine place to leave it. Yeah. So many things to talk about. Unfortunately, time is not our friend. Anyway, thank you for that thought-provoking submission. We'll just move on to the next person, and that will be F. Emmanuel. F. Emmanuel, it's good to have you on broadcast today. You want to open your microphone and talk to us? F. Emmanuel. F. Emmanuel, I did say they also to talk before. Okay, while we are waiting. Okay.
Chris Dublin, Domo sir.
Domo, my brother. Welcome to
Can
the
you hear
show.
me well?
Loud and clear, F. Emmanuel. Welcome to the show. It's good to have you today.
All right. I want to use this opportunity to thank every one of you at the panel. Madam Rita has just spoken part of what I had in mind, so I'm going to make it a bit brief. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Madam Rita, for that submission. I want to say something. You see, we, the Nigerians, we don't like the truth. The truth seems to be very, very, very bitter to swallow. And because we don't like the truth, that is why we are still where we are. See, like what is happening to Dele Faro to me now is still because of the truth. I don't know why our government, they are bent in fighting the truth at every opportunity that the truth is trying to come out to free us from this quagmire, you know. So the earlier we allow the truth to scale and deliver us from this mess, the better. Because if we keep tagging people against speaking the truth, arresting them, putting them in jail, and preventing them from expressing their view with their experiences on ground, then we have a long journey. And probably this journey is not going to end. Our children, our grandchildren, unborn, we told the same line if we are not careful. So the better for us is to embrace the truth and work on it. Whatever that it is that has made us to be where we are tells us that is the absence of the truth. Those in power, they keep want to do what they are doing. They just want to keep us where we are and continue with impunity. That is why when one person stands up to speak the truth, everybody starts running rat race. Everybody is here and there trying to press the truth and cover it with another big lie. It's unfortunate we find ourselves in this kind of situation. Just like what moderator ended up with the Mali, Burkina Faso, and the Niger. The truth is, they have just succeeded in freeing themselves from slavery. That's just the truth. The day you wake up from bed, that is your morning. Anytime you wake up from your bed, from your sleeping, that is your morning. So they have woken up to the truth. It doesn't matter whether they are under military rule or democracy, whatever it is. The bottom line, everybody wants freedom. Everybody wants good economy. Everybody wants good government. So if they are getting this good government through their military rule, so be it. So be it. So you can't say that they are under military and look at us we that are under democracy. How people are being arrested because they spoke the truth. Is that one democracy? That you can't express yourself anymore? So we just look at it. Let's juxtapose what they did and what we are doing. You know, so that is it. So our government keep pressing us against the truth. They don't like the truth. They react immediately against the truth. They always want those who will always come and say, yes, sir, yes, ma, everything, yes, 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 yes. No, not this time and age. That is, by the way, looking at Kemi Badenoch and looking at Anthony Joshua, you can see the two of them, the lady and the guy, both of them spoke. You can see the two different perspectives. You know, one of them is more patriotic, while the other is not. So that's just the truth. So it Kemi lean towards her political ideology as against her motherland. Anthony still loves his motherland, in as much as he's a brought up Britain, you know. So, but his root is still in his motherland. So he appreciates that. That is why he spoke the way he spoke. So the bottom line is, even if you find yourself to become a Briton, doesn't mean that you speak evil about your background. You know, any little opportunity you speak against your background, I don't think that is you know, that makes sense. You know. Anyway, I don't want to overflog her issue. She's just a politician. Looking at this guy that spoke from Bayelsa, the Labour Party guy, that talked about the layers in the Labour Party leadership. For me, that was a big eye opener. That tells you the corruption that in that Labour Party is getting out of hand. You know, so if Peter leave Labour Party today, I won't blame him, because they have succeeded in building cabal within themselves. Like the guy said, that ordinarily the leadership should have been to the north, but yet it's still a southern that is holding it. You can see the corruption there. So we should look at all this holistically before we begin to blame who defected or who didn't defect. You know, so by and large, at every point in time, we know people are speaking the truth. The vice president should work on whatever truth he has found out from the people. A good leader listening positively to constructive criticism, not for him to guard people against it. So for me, he would have just picked the learning point and go back home and work with it for a better country. I rest my case for now. I will talk again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your submission, F. Emmanuel. He says the rest is case now. Well, thank you. That was also another nuanced view to the discussion today, which is completely okay. Thank you, F. Emmanuel. We hope to have your submission, your thoughts in the second segment. Well, we're already in the second segment. Your thought on if you have opportunity to talk to us again. So move straight to Dr. Sim. Dr. Sim, open your microphone. I can see you already. You want to talk to us for 4 minutes? Your final thoughts for today?
Okay, yeah. Well, my final thought, because of the importance or the regional, this Kuti, Kemi's issue. Yes, you see, in Nigeria, probably if Kemi had given an interview and was saying, "Oh, well, Nigeria had quite a very good time, you know. I mean, it's quite a big country, so all the thing." People, we know she's lying, but because she said the truth, maybe some people may feel that she's slighting the country. No, it is not. The position she has attained today is only possible because British people consider merit. It's as simple as that. They know she's black. Of course, there's racism. It wasn't just handed over to her on a platter. She competed with other white people. But they felt that, yes, she has something to offer. Every Wednesday, she stands opposite the Prime Minister and asking him questions, and the Prime Minister must answer. In Nigeria, it's not possible. Kemi can't even be a councillor unless she pays through her nose. Not to talk of governor or senator. I mean, it's not possible. That's what we are saying. Even if she didn't go beyond here, in the end, those of us here, we know the way they play their politics. Okay, she couldn't make it. It's all right. She has even surpassed them. In fact, she has shattered the ceiling. The first black lady, an African, a Nigerian, to lead a formidable party like the Conservatives, the party of Winston Churchill, the party of Margaret Thatcher, the party of John Major, the party of David Cameron, and so many of them. So what? I congratulate her. Maybe in future somebody will take it a step further if she can become a prime minister. But there is hope. I remember listening to an interview given by students of Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta, Georgia. They were asking them, say, Obama, he said, yes. He said, it gives me hope that one day I can become the president of this country. So I look upon it that way. Talking of what can she do to who is even Shetima to speak on behalf of? Is even look, the thing is, because Kemi said it, there is nothing she said. In fact, British public, they know more than that. Are they not the founder? David Cameron said Nigeria is fantastically corrupt as a prime minister. He said it. What did Nigerians say? Did Nigerians attack her the way they're attacking Kemi now? David Cameron say openly, say it's a fantastically corrupt country. It was that same time he said the amount of money they steal in Nigeria. He said if they remove it, Britain will crumble to that extent. So they all know this. That's why they treat us the way they treat us. It's only fair that something like this we go back and re-strategize. By the way, in Nigeria, if we so love our country, why should one people in our country be saying that Nigeria belongs to them? I've never heard the Englishman say UK belongs to the English or to the Welsh or to the Irish. They don't say it. After all, Kemi is not an Irish. She's a Yoruba. She said, and the British people know, he told them, I'm proud of my Yoruba root, not English. But yet they allowed him. So in Nigeria, but Fulani will tell you the oil in Niger Delta belongs to them, that they own Nigeria. We are born to rule. So what are we talking about? So when I see something like this, I just feel that what Nigeria needs is introspection. When somebody makes a bad compliment towards you, yes, you will feel a bit. Go back home and reflect. Sit down and ask yourself, why is the world talking to us like this? Even one of us, a young Yoruba lady whose father owned a clinic in Lagos, a Warsaw clinic along Itire Road by Ogunlano Drive in Sulere, grew up, attended University of Lagos primary school before she left. Why is she talking to us like this? By the way, why should police be stealing people? I mean, even as we are talking now, tomorrow somebody will tell you what the police did. You can't compare. When we start to rationalize and give reason, that is when the thing goes. Ordinarily, Shetima should resign. He shouldn't be. But you see, we can't make it. We can't continue like this. We cannot. So if it takes Kemi to tell us the bitter truth, which the world already know, Donald Trump said Nigeria is a shithole country. Yes. People make noise. Those that don't say, look, we should have learned a lesson. By the way, what Kemi said, what started this thing was, Kemi, in an attempt to become the conservative leader, they went for a conference or convention where they select their leader. She has to say something about herself. He was saying her background. She stood up and was saying he grew up in Nigeria, that this is what happened. I mean, it's a childhood, because all those things, British press will say, ask her all these things. They will still ask her in a one-on-one interview, did you remember this? Because it's documented. The father knew. We all know this. What Nigeria should have done was to keep quiet about it, pretend that it didn't happen, or delegate somebody to be bantering on Twitter with her, than for a whole vice president to come and be talking nonsense. You know, by the time they said, who is even the vice president and the Chibok girls? How did it came about? If you want to go to the altar, people believe in your record. They believe in your personal record. Your country can be bad, yes, but they believe in your personal record. If they look at you, you are clean. They said it's you, because in the end, Kemi is not representing Nigeria. So whatever happens in Nigeria, it doesn't concern the British. She's here. So they are judging her based on her what can she contribute to the greatness of the country. But busybody like Shetima will leave Nigeria and then come and talk what? What are you talking? Shetima is not clean. It's not. Thank you. It's not even the type of person that should be replying. That is the first error. She's not even the person that should even talk. in terms of public relation about Nigeria, because all it takes is to put her and then tell her, give her her, give him his what is it? His activity as a governor as a governor of Borno State, and then everything will come to light. So that Nigeria should learn. Now tomorrow, that's why France is messing up. If care is not taken, the British people may be sort of fueling this thing, and I know why. Tinubu is going close to France. In terms of diplomacy, they expect him to come to UK, but he's going to France and giving France opportunity. Maybe French troops in Nigeria, and they will be mining. Why Britain will be looking, a country they colonized. So a lot of things, but Tinubu, they know France is willing to overlook Tinubu's dirty linen because they are doing politics. So they now use Kemi to be saying all these things because Kemi might improve. So there are a lot of, in another perspective, but Shetima shouldn't have escalated it by even replying. Let it be that he came from one aide talking and not a vice president opening up to come and talk. If they open up Shetima's background, the world will refuse him visa. Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
Yeah, Dr. Sim, thank you so much. It's a review, Shetima background, Dr. Sim, international diplomacy, you get how it really work. Indian Prime Minister, Modi, the current Indian Prime Minister, he was placed on a terrorist list. He couldn't fly. Yeah. So it was when he became the president that Obama and co, they have to remove him from that list. So if you become the president or the vice president of a nation, it offers you a lot of diplomatic and soft pad. And
immunity, diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, immunity, soft pad, and also, this Kemi issue, it's never going to go away. The reason is that we are all looking at it from different perspectives, from just one side. So you can look at it from the side of her not being patriotic. You can look at it from the side of her saying the truth. Now, another thing I will even have to say, imagine, I'm very sure if Kemi had painted a very beautiful picture about Nigeria, I'm very sure people will still say, you see, with all this evil that is going on in this country.
God will bless you, my brother. Nigeria go talk to be that. God will bless you.
These are the people that are ruining Nigeria.
These are people that colonized us. They sold us to the British.
She has opportunity to tell the British people that the country they created is not working. Now she's turning it and saying that the thing is working. So how do you expect the British? How do you expect us to get any help from anywhere? If that's what she has said, and moreover, we have to see Anthony Joshua's. You can't bring Joshua's speech you cannot compare both of them, in the sense that Kemi's speech is being estrayed. She wants to to become the Tory leadership in the UK. Yes. Tory. I don't know what people think about that position. See, anything Kemi says, now anything she does is going to be x-rayed. So any attempts to even say something that is contrary to the truth is an automatic end to her political career.
God bless you, sir. You analyze it very well.
To come and be saying, no, it will end her career because the same journalists, they are going to ask her. But in June 2022, so and so thing happened. In August 2027, then if Kemi wants to argue, they say, so you mean you don't know about all those things? So how are you going to perform your duties? She cannot even lie in this kind of thing. You cannot lie. Can't. That is what we must understand. And Anthony Joshua, the videos are also there where he lamented about the nation before. On the occasion where he was, that was when he was being given this award by the Queen. And let's not forget, una remember say Abike Dabiri became close to Anthony Joshua, and when Anthony Joshua was winning left, right, and center, he was being used as a PRO to fund the government of Buhari then.
Chris, you too get brain. God will bless you.
Let's not forget all this. Abike Dabiri, when Buhari went to the UK, Abike Dabiri led Anthony Joshua, and Anthony Joshua went to where Buhari was and lied down flat This was all PRO and stunts. So for the fact that he's close to Abike Dabi, we will expect what he's going to say. Anthony Joshua was denied of representing Nigeria in the
Nigeria.
London Games 2012.
Yes. Yes.
The
I
only
know
sin
about it.
Anthony Joshua committed was because he's from the Yoruba section of the country. And he went ahead to win the gold medal of that Olympics, that
You
boxing
see?
competition.
Yes.
He has complained about all those in the past. So we cannot compare both of them. And see, the ultimate is this. Let's even leave every other thing. We must understand that Kemi could not have said anything different in that interview, because if she had done that, it will also be taken up against her. There
Of
are no
course.
two ways about it. It will also be taken up against her that she's lying. How can we trust you?
You see,
to
Chris,
listen to people?
what she said ordinarily is not positive for Nigeria. It's a negative thing. But my
Yes.
concern is it is not Shetima that should reply.
See,
Shetima should. That's what
even
I'm saying. He could have looked for one of these their cheap aides to be bantering on Twitter so that it doesn't attract. Because do you know this thing? They will say anything that comes from either the presidency is number one, the vice is number two. So they say, look at what the vice president is saying. And if they dig into his records, they will say, see, that's why he's covering, that's why he's attacking Kemi for exposing police.
The thing is that after he said that, Kemi's team, a political team, they have already started saying all these things you are saying. It's already everywhere. That it's on record that Shetima was the governor when the Chibok incident happened. That Shetima should explain his role. It is either it was a failure on his part, or
Chris, can I chip in?
Yeah, Black Panther.
Chris, you know why I was praising you now. You see where you came out from. That's why if we are delivering a note to the public, we should not box ourselves. Rather, let's make ourselves open. And let's look at where this person is coming from, where it's going to. Now, I want to say something here. You see, Madam Rita came to deliver a note, and all that she delivered was right. But she was speaking under racial concept. She was not really taking the advantage of what she has taken to our struggle so that it can be corrected in our country. Nobody's taking advantage of it. That's the same mistake we did when Kanu was speaking. Nobody took advantage of it to make correction and extract the country and see to his own part of his own reasoning. If she has come out to say, oh, Nigeria is lovely, most of us that is into the struggle that are saying Nigeria must be emancipated, or Nigeria should divide, most of us will say, oh, Fiam, he don't sell us out. That is it. We should always open our mind, not to box ourselves under one thing, like, oh, our colonial master, let us throw that aside. Let us take advantage of what she has spoken to correct the abnormalities in our country. Don't look at it from the concept of, oh, she's working for the white man. The question you should ask yourself that, is what she's saying, is it wrong?
Exactly.
Is it wrong? That's where we should coming from.
May we just continue now?
Nigeria don't fall tire. It don't fall. We don't know how to fall and die again.
No, sorry, Black Panther. Not before US. A policeman asphyxiated somebody by putting the knee on the neck and the person cry. The whole world had it. Is it hidden? Americans were even saying it. They even showed up. So if we say police,
they took advantage of it and they built a monument, that big plaza in Washington DC. They took over it and named it Black Lives Matter Plaza. Big one, huge one, 32, almost 24-story building.
You see, but in Nigeria, if police buy somebody, is it why you want me to go and even this one Kemi is talking? There's British High Commissioner in Nigeria. Do you think they don't know what is going on? They know. So it's not only when you change, they know.
The thing is that whether they know or they don't know, I don't know how to put this any longer. Nobody, Kemi cannot come and lie.
Yes.
It will sabotage.
She cannot lie now. Sabotage our government, our party now.
Yes. To sabotage her character, to destroy everything. That's the thing. And again, she's a black lady. Before she rose to that position, it's not be Kalu, not be ballot.
Exactly.
The Tory leadership, they already saw that she was black. They knew her background and everything. And she has climbed and gotten to that level. Let's not forget, there used to be somebody, is it Umana? Yeah, I can't remember his name. Umana, that was almost going to be the
Okay,
leader.
no. Chuka Umunna for Labour.
Umuna,
Chuka Umunna.
another Nigerian,
Yeah.
was almost going to be, almost.
The leader of Labour Party. Yes, it's true.
So yeah, so if we Chuka Umuna, I think like 4 or 5 years ago, it was almost there. Almost
See,
there.
Chris, what we forgot is, like this came in now, even if it's me, the moment you raise your hand up that you want to do this thing, Secret Service, everything, don't check your background. That is
They
it.
don't cover you already now. They don't cover.
So the truth is that anyhow you look at it, if she goes to cover up, now we go to sacrifice them. And moreover, just last 2 weeks, Obasanjo not tell you, wait till Obasanjo tell you what the sitting president. That was the correct picture.
Yes.
Obasanjo painted the correct picture.
Okay, Chris, let's look at it from this way. South Africa was having problem. How they are going to emancipate themselves. Some of the world bodies supported. And what happened? The ANC took advantage of that support. And what happened? They got it. Now, somebody is speaking of a Nigerian origin for us. We are not taking advantage of it. We are saying that, oh, he's speaking from the white supremacy or one thing. That's what we're always doing in Nigeria. I don't know how we're going to get this right.
Yeah, but the truth is that white supremacist thing is also there. Is also there because
we know it's there, but we should not recognize it. Let us take advantage of what she's doing now and push on so that we'll get it right.
That's why they are called conservative, and of course, the politics in Europe today, across the world, is right-wing politics. Everybody is nationalist in Poland, in the Netherlands, everywhere in Europe, in Sweden. Those nationalist parties, they are all winning election. It's just the normal fever that's happening across the political landscape all over the world. So, for whatever
Chris, let me ask you a question. If you're there for England now and Augustine, if you want vote now, you know who you go vote for?
Kemi, if I get
God will bless you now. Somebody will want to open the cancan one, but I say no.
Yeah, because what to make me go vote for her is very clear. If we are now making a demand for the emancipation of our nation, if we are now talking about the buyings in the northern part of the country, at least we cannot point to somebody amongst one of them that has also acknowledged the position.
Do you know, Chris?
For me, it's as simple as that.
Chris, while you are talking, this thing came to my mind. Britain is an example of a confederate country.
Of course.
Confederacy. Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England.
Yeah. So you're right. Yes.
Yes. If something like Nigeria is pressing seriously restructure, and the opposition like Kemi, he go like him. He goes after all. That's what we're practicing here. So if they table it anywhere you say yes, they should. After all, here in the UK, Scotland had their own currency, had their own national anthem, had their own flag. Scotland here, even educational system, their own is different. Healthcare system, they have their own word, they administer their own. They raise their own taxes. They have a separate Bank of England, the way you have, Bank of Scotland, the way you have Bank of England. In other words, Central Bank of Nigeria will be something like in Abuja. Another Central Bank of maybe one area will be their own. Print currency. So when we have this type of thing, because he knows it. These are the type of opposition that if Nigeria knows how to play politics very well, they will even go through her and said, when you are saying these things, so that while you are leader of opposition, something like if there is any policy of the government of the day that you feel is not favoring us, you will raise it as opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. CM. This advantage you should take.
You see that you oppose
we are causing her, abusing her.
That you oppose to it, and when you say you oppose to it, you give reasons. It's not knowing that you are indirectly speaking for us, because you've seen the brutality when they are talking of all those things. But in Nigeria, Shetima just come out like
everybody just follow Shetima.
Oh, it's
Just
not
talk.
patriotic. It's from Nigeria. It's not this.
If Shetima is patriotic, wetin happen in Borno State? No be them bring Boko Haram to
Ask that question. Ask them the question.
to sack Jonathan.
Yeah, even talking about patriotism, they not tell them they not go exam that day. They not tell them.
Now we can be minister.
Now we
We
can
sign
write that
letter.
letter. We can write letter because that's even the politics. The minister of education, Madam Rita and the FMN, please, I'm coming to you shortly. The minister of education then, he was dragging foot to tell you how bad these people are. Now we can even carry, and Jonathan, they do gentleman. Now we can quickly carry a letter. Say, if we not get something to show, say we do something about these Chibok girls, the world will come for us. Now so we can go write letter. Quickly. They sign and send and go give these people there. Then that principal of that school, make una dey hear oh, the girls were still missing oh. The principal of that school, they find the girl. Shetima, this vice president, make that principal commissioner for your own government.
You see, you know
this they are all in the public space. Now make una tell me now, I beg. Principal when they kidnap children for a school, you go promote them from secondary school principal to commissioner in your government.
Chris, all I am saying is that let us take advantage of this lady and go into let us see how we're going to break our own coconut for here. That is what I'm saying. Everybody just only they follow. Oh, she's not talking well about Nigeria, blah blah blah. Who cares about it? Nigeria, it has fallen. It has fallen.
Make the other people spend their
Black Panther.
Aha.
Black Panther.
F. Emmanuel, thank God.
Yeah.
Your microphone.
Yeah, the thing is that, like me,
give your
okay, what I'm saying in essence is that, okay, sir, thank you for the opportunity. What I'm saying in essence is that I say our leaders, they always constantly sit on the truth. It's like anything that comes out as truth, they are allergic to it. You understand? That is why I give an example. That is why Dele Faro to me is right there in the cell or reminded right now. Why? Because he is speaking the truth. So anything that's going to uncover the truth of their political shenanigans, of their rules, of their...
Emmanuel, wait. May I pause you there?
Okay.
I like this example where you give. So, okay, now wait. Today, they interview Kemi. They ask Kemi Badenoch, say, how your justice system for your country? They sit down for truth, they open truth. And Dele Faro to me this thing. So, and Kemi Badenoch begin to talk.
It won't carry Kemi give me. Be careful, I don't marry you.
Sorry, Kemi going to talk. Yeah, the justice system, is very okay. There are challenges all over the world in the justice system. It's okay, So how will you feel when we know what they happen now? What will you feel? We are not talking
Chris,
about
my brother,
just simple morality.
I've never said against her exposure. You understand?
Okay.
What I constantly say is that Fatima, hold on, Shetima shouldn't be scared of criticism. You should take the learning point. You should take the message and go back home and do the right thing. That has been what I've been constantly saying.
Yes,
you understand? Whether Kemi say it or not, that is what we have been speaking here in this platform.
Exactly.
That is what Nnamdi Kanu has constantly said. Exactly. That is what Dele Faro to me has constantly clamored about. So what she's saying is just a tip of iceberg compared to what we have been saying in this platform. There's no difference. You understand? But what I'm saying in essence is that our politicians, our government, they don't like the truth. It's like the truth pinches them. I guarantee you, this government will be against what she's canvassing for in UK. You know why? Because all the loot that our government is taking from for the comfort of our economy, that they are going to the Western world, UK, US, Canada, name it. This it's like now they are having somebody who's going to expose them. So they will always go against whatever she says. You understand? So Patriotism or no patriotism is that's not the issue. My point, my word is that let them take every good leader to be able to accept criticism, whether the criticism is coming from within or without, within or outside. It doesn't matter. Take the message, evaluate it. What they are saying, is it truth or is it a lie? If it is truth, then go in and do the right thing. If it is lie, then you cannot respond accordingly. Lies. When somebody lies, it just take matter of time. The truth will be made open. You understand? So that is my point. I'm not against whatever whatever she say about Nigeria is her experience. I've had my own experience. Everybody in this platform has also had his or her own experience. That is that. I want that to be cleared. You understand? Another thing too is, apart from Kemi Badenoch now, let's look at inward. Let's look back home. Even within ourselves, are we not so divided? In the verge of campaigning 2023 for this presidential election, we got Emiloko, from Emiloko to Yoruba Local. At that same point, Atiku was also campaigning using northern northern divide. You understand? It is only one man that stood out. Peter Obi said, "Don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Vote for me because I'm a Nigerian. Don't vote for me because I'm from the East. Vote for me because I'm a Nigerian." That is someone who is patriotic. That is someone who is patriotic. So these are the things. So within ourselves, we are already divided. So whether Kemi say or didn't say, it doesn't matter. We know the truth. You and I know that we are not together. So that's the point I'm trying to make. You know? So that is that. Well, let's not overflow this issue. Everybody has his own opinion. Everybody has his own experience. The truth is always bitter. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's a very bitter pill to swallow. But it is still the same truth that will set us free from this quagmire. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. We are politicians. When we speak the truth, they arrest us. When we expose their corrupt practices, they arrest us and put us in detention. That is what is happening.
Emmanuel, you don't land.
My brother, I don't land though. I don't come out from the flight.
As a quiet all of it.
Now you don't break the whole floor. You don't see him now. You don't break the floor.
Thank you. No,
that is the FM Emmanuel where I know.
Yeah, Black Panther. Now the same to everybody they talk eventually somehow.
No, he break the floor well. I expect him to scatter the floor. You don't scatter him.
Black Panther, I want you to understand my point. If you want, if I say my first submission, I keep saying Shetima shouldn't be scared of criticism, constructive one. In that one, you will hear the truth. You understand? But our people, our leaders, I don't even call them leaders, they are hijackers. Our hijackers, once you point one finger to them about their bad leadership, about their corrupt shenanigans or whatever they do, they get angry. You know, because you know what, the truth they pinch for body now. You should know this now. Where you know say don't fuck up. You go know somebody pointing the finger to you that this. Right? You begin to it will be itching you in your body, you'll be uncomfortable. But in fact, there is no fear in truth. There is no fear in truth. It's only where you know that your hands are not clean. Clear conscience, fear no accusation. Because their hands are not clean, their conscience are not right with the way they are governing us. That's why anybody that tries to say one truth, they go against that person. So we should know this. So it doesn't matter what Kemi say or what she didn't say. Whatever she said cannot be equated with what we have been saying here and what we have been shouting here. You understand? Dele has screamed. Nnamdi Kanu have said. Donald Trump has said shit hole. A whole Nigeria, we are calling Nigeria shit hole. What did we do? We didn't do anything. Cameron has said fantastically corrupt. What did we do? All these lies. He borrowed and looted and looted and looted. Didn't they? You see, as I speak to you now, had it been this issue of Ekorimado was in Nigeria, this guy would have been working freely in Nigeria. But because what the judiciary was in was in a system that worked. The judiciary doesn't know who, it doesn't know high and mighty. Once you are found culpable, you go in for it. It's as simple as that. Somebody said earlier that Kemi cannot even win a local government chairmanship. Yes, well, how will she win? She can't win, of course, because our system is corrupt. Our system is dirty. That is why when Peter was canvassing for presidency, he said he went in Nigeria where a child of nobody can become somebody. Now, in the case of Kemi was nobody. Kemi wasn't a daughter to any president. He wasn't a daughter to any commissioner. She's just a child of anybody. Because she was in the system that worked. That is why she could get to where she get to today. But in the case of our Nigeria, you must know one big person. You must get connection. You must know Mr. A and Mr. B, and you must be pushed to get to where you want to get to. So that is it. You can see the system that works versus the system that doesn't work. So that is it. I rest my case for now.
You do well, maybe you rest time, put on near wall. You try well. It's a very how will I say it? I think you just flesh out the issues from the bone, which is very, very good, F. Emmanuel. Now, what all of us they talk with this, if our country, assuming our country good, we for know they talk all this one. Even I don't even hear some people make arguments, say Sunak, which is Sunak of Prime Minister of India. Sorry, the guy now from India, the former Prime Minister, saying not talk all this one. How he go take talk am? How? Because there are some things that I don't understand. India is on the right path. India just launched. They just launched this thing. Go space. All the technology now from India and then develop all. How many million, hundreds of millions of people they've lifted from poverty? Electricity distribution. India, the biggest democracy. Over 600 million people on the register on the list of registered voters. They conduct election 24 hours. Result is available. With over 1.2 billion people. So waiting soon. I want to criticize India.
Chris, as Nigeria they think. So many Nigerians they think like say as we they think now, so that people they think.
The problem is say the way we need to look and be this. Let's even assume say Kemi wanted to be a diplomat and Femi Emmanuel. Sorry, wait to make me they say Kemi Emmanuel. There's a preacher Femi Emmanuel. So now I make Kemi Emmanuel the entire See, let's even assume.
I was surprised. Now I said, it won't matter another one give me.
there's this preacher Femi Emmanuel. So and the thing just a clash. See, let's even assume. Let's assume that okay, Kemi she even wants to be diplomatic. She cannot even do it because any attempt will be lying. Now they go ask and say, so now this lie you want to they feel not tell you, they're not going to tell you. But the journalist go just ask you one simple question that are these verifiable? Then you go stammer small, then go to the next question. The jury don't already hear.
Chris, sorry sir, no go too far. What did the Obasanjo just say recently? Say Nigerian decade, the economic decade. It's so glaring.
I don't use that one.
It's so glaring.
Therefore, even referring to that one, say your own president talk for this Europe, say see at your country dirty, see at things bad. So which one you they talk here?
See what in Google give me. The countries with the largest GDP in 2024. When they hear them, United States, $28.7 trillion, followed by China, 18.5 trillion. Number 3 na Germany, 4.5 trillion. Number 4, na Japan, 4.1 trillion. Number 5, India, 3.4. Before United Kingdom and France. You see where India dey?
So waiting sooner,
You
guy,
see?
waiting you go come talk. Guy, you want a bad man. It's not even possible. Is it Aveg? Indians are doing well. They are so the country has
How soon I go to talk against India when they are
yeah,
correcting themselves?
the country is
We
doing
don't want to correct ourselves. When one person talk against Nigeria, oh, you're unpatriotic. That you don't stick it to our head like anything.
May we
Yeah.
continue. Like I talk, my only disappointment now with Rufai for this matter, sincerely. Now Rufai just disappoint me. I'm very sure, say in the coming days he will modify some of those things when he talk. Well, I think somebody, yes, Madam Rita never talk. Oh gosh, Madam Rita, sorry.
Thank you. It's okay.
Yeah,
Thank
Madam
you, Mr.
Rita,
Chris.
talk to us. You will get extra time. This one
Oh,
we almost
I hope some
get
people
it.
are not going to be jealous, so they're giving me extra time.
No, you know they
Most of
happen.
people are
For
on
where
my
I
case.
did.
But I
where I
ready for
did.
them, Sha. I ready for
Yeah,
them. Anyway,
but people just have to be quiet. You know, talk since nobody will they chop the time since it's only fair that we allow you to talk.
when it comes to Manarita, no, she shouldn't speak.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Madam Rita, fire.
anyway, from what I am
Sorry,
hearing,
Madam Rita, nobody talk about Edo State. Well, fire, Sha.
oh,
Continue.
was there any topic about Edo State that I
Not
missed?
really. Not really, but
Okay, anyway, okay, that's fine. Perhaps, as we move along, we'll probably talk. Thank you, Mr. Chris, again. From what I'm hearing, it seems like I'm going to make references. Black Panther, perhaps Dr. CM, I don't know who else. Yeah, even you, Mr. Chris. From what I was hearing from what the three of you were speaking about this Kemi Badenoch issue, was that the fact that it's coming from outside Nigeria, a statement that is, talking about, okay, let me put it this way. The fact that Kemi Badenoch is speaking about her personal experience, you guys are making it seem like she is validating what Nigerians has been talking about for decades. And the fact that she mentioned it now, we should use that opportunity to amplify it. So after Kemi Badenoch, is it not going to be amplified? Whatever she's saying is what people have been talking about. So why is this, desperate crave to ride on what she has just said? I look at it like a seeking validation, or rather, she has validated what we have been complaining about. And by so doing so, perhaps when she becomes the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and then she can speak more and perhaps bend the hand of Nigeria, to make certain changes. You guys got to be kidding me. Like, seriously? Black Panther, I'm almost surprised that you're talking like that, coming from United States. And you see what the typical, black politicians, in a white supremacist environment do. And then everything becomes like Andrew Liversalt. At the end of the day, they turn them to ice water. Like, seriously, even the man, what's his name? Is he Tammy or Fami in the British Parliament that used to be so vocal, the black guy there? All of a sudden, he has changed. What's up with that? Something's happening. You guys are seeking validation from her, and then because she has spoken it now, you're not saying she's patriotic. Yes, we should capitalize on what she's saying, amplify it so that our leaders will change and see that the world has actually, this is a Nigerian person or someone with Nigerian heritage, and she has spoken about her experiences. So we should talk about it, find solution, as if this is the first time. And then we should capitalize on that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to capitalize on whatever Kemi said. Because as far as Kemi sleeps and wake up British and her position, she don't give a rat behind about Nigeria. Even if she becomes the PM, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Like seriously, what she's saying now, her voice will change. Because you know what? The United Kingdom right now, they've left the Brexit that happened. So any country where they can get, alliance with in any way, economic way, they would. And as a British Prime Minister, she will do what is best for the United Kingdom. Period. Even if she can smile with Agbado or even the Shetima, they will have meeting together. She will do it because it's British first. So don't think in any way that we should amplify what we have been complaining about just because it's coming from someone like Kemi Badenoch. You know what? I think we're even giving him more attention than he deserves. You know, that's my opinion. Anyway, seriously. So, like I said, she's a politician. She knows what she's aiming for, and the fact that Nigerians are even talking more about her, to me, they're even giving her a credit. So that's why our handlers are capitalizing on that because she's getting more and more popular, and then she's seen. So we are the one even creating more popularity for her. But at the end of the day, it's of no value to us because whatever she's saying, Nigerians experience triple time of whatever she experienced that was not good for her. So please, I'm not seeking validation from Kemi to say, okay, everything will be complaining about the bad system and the bad government. It's not going to change, even if she becomes PM. What's her business? She will not. She will do whatever that favors the UK, not Nigeria. She will not bend Nigeria hand, or should go to the parliament and be amplifying it. Oh, the judiciary system is bad. This system is bad. Man, come on, man. You guys should wake up and smell the coffee. I beg. I don't know. That just, I'm not even going to talk about, that topic of Kemi Badenoch. It's of no value to Nigerians as far as how I see it. This is my opinion. It's of no value to us. And
okay, Chris. Okay.
Okay, you want to respond to me, Dr. CM?
No, what I wanted
Can
to
I
say was,
respond? Can I respond?
no, hold on, Black Panther. My what is it called? My take on Kemi Badenoch is Nigeria at the level of vice president shouldn't have even responded. They would have pretended they didn't hear it. Rather, they will use it and go and do an in-house and reflect. But by replying her, they stoke the fire. That is what I'm saying. Not that I'm validating. What Kemi said is even not saying what we are saying here. In fact, we are even louder than her, the way we condemn Nigeria here. So, but the vice president is not the person. That's what I'm saying. You should have pretended as if you didn't hear it. And then quietly, after Obasanjo said his own outside the country, and then some of them. So the vice president replying, that is my annoyance at that level.
Yes, I agree on that. Yes, and I spoke about it like Chetima is obviously very jobless, because Agbado is obviously, this is a Yoruba administration. He has pushed out, he's just there as a figure. So Chetima doesn't have anything to do than to respond or go for one of these occasions and make speeches and all that. Like I said, to me, it's like, what is he doing? Is he so jobless? Like you're amplifying it and making it's of no value to Nigeria. Whatever bickering that they have, either on Twitter or by statements from their aides, it's of no benefit to what's going on in Nigeria presently. So to me, it is not worth my time to talk so much about, I might say my opinion, but I don't think it's worth my time to talk about what Kemi is doing. She's a politician. He's playing her politics and he's favoring her right now. So,
okay, make Black Panther respond. Black Panther, 10 seconds.
Okay, Black Panther respond.
Yeah, I think we are all coming from different thought. Madam Rita is coming from one angle that is not necessary. Because she's looking at America, I know the racism. Yes, I know it. And South Africa knew it too. When the British were also doing it, and other countries that were colonizing African countries, they knew it, but they did what? They took advantage of it. Why did they not refuse the money coming from the Western world? Why did they not refuse it? Look, Madam Rita, hold on. Madam Rita, you know why you know why you are sitting comfortable talking about racism. I'm not attaching racism. I'm looking at my country. Now to get my country. Wait, let me land, Madam Rita. That's where you are coming from. All the things you don't talk, that's where you are coming from. I recognize. Look, when I see a Yoruba man speak
Excuse
English,
me, can you listen to me?
Madam Rita, hold on now.
I am
hold on.
To
you don't like to be.
No, you listen to me, Black Panther.
Black Panther.
You made an accusation, and I'm
responding
not an accusation.
To you. I am responding to your word.
I am responding to you and saying I'm not talking about
racism. Landed now.
You are forcing it on me.
I have not landed.
No. You cannot land because I have just responded to what you are assuming.
Speak.
I am just telling. I wasn't talking about racism, and you keep repeating it. I wasn't talking about racism. I'm repeating it again. I was not talking about racism. Kemi Badenoch's statement is not a yardstick for how to validate what we've been talking about on a daily basis here on this channel. That's my point.
Can I speak? Look, if a Yoruba man speak English here,
I recognize Yoruba man and I know where he's coming from. If an Englishman speaks to me and speak on Nigeria issue, and when he divert itself, I know where it's coming from and I'll speak according. There's no two way. I know you are speaking from, say, Kemi Badenoch, you know, Kemi is a validation. We are not talking about validation here. We are talking about how we take advantage of what she has spoken. Is it right or wrong? What she says, is it true? How are we going to take advantage of it?
Validation.
Look,
Oh my
Madam
God.
Rita,
You just said
learn.
it
You have,
now.
look,
You should
Madam Rita,
amplify
let me
what
tell you.
she's saying.
Madam Rita, hold on.
You're seeking
Madam Rita, hold on.
validation. Okay, I'm
Madam
just
Rita,
going to keep quiet and listen.
hold on. Let me tell you a story in Rivers State. When we were fighting in Rivers State, when I was in University of Port Harcourt, government official came in. They were talking all sorts of things. Some of us were saying, oh, let's not do all this validation by them. Let's not follow their route. But our leader said, let's take advantage and use the advantage to get it to them and take what we want. And that's what happened. When we take it, we dump them and we got what we want. That is what we think about how you're going to get your country out of this mess. Because we're already down. Nobody can take us down more lower than where we are now. So we are not talking about validation. Let's harness what she has spoken. Let's put her in a position. She's speaking our mind. She's trying to tell the world how bad this government is, and they don't want to rectify and fix it. Then we are now accusing her that, oh, she's saying it from a perspective of, oh, she wants us to validate her, or she's speaking from a political point of view. She wants to become prime minister. Let us stop all this kind of thing. We cannot even help ourselves. As you know, we are talking about the state of our nation, and we are accusing our people. They don't want to fight. Every time the government does anything, look at our reaction. Our reaction is go carry placard. We don't sit down and plan. All we know is that if they do anything, go carry placard. Go out for rally.
Black Panther,
that's the only thing we think.
Black Panther,
thank you.
You don't reach. You don't talk of finish. When me I still get my own small interjection, Madam Rita, the way me I say and be this thing, I completely understand where you are coming from. But what I'm trying to also say is this: apart from seeking validation, there's no way she could have said anything different. If she plays it too diplomatic, it's still going to backfire on ambition and aspiration. The next thing the British press will run away. Maybe the next question will be, you want to tell me you are not aware that so and so things are happening in your country? So it now becomes a problem for her. I think the safest thing for her to do was just to be plain. If she's already in the position, it's a different thing. Because if she wanted to sugarcoat it, you don't think it could have also backfired on her, considering the fact that she's been x-rayed left,
Mr.
right, and
Chris,
center?
Mr. Chris,
Yes.
typical
Yes.
question. You see the question they asked her about the police. The interviewer never asked her about her experience in Nigeria. She didn't ask her. What I am trying to say, whatever she's saying is her truth. It's her personal experience. I just gave you that interview, the question that the interviewer asked, he did not even mention Nigeria. He just talked about the police. Kemi is using her experience in Nigeria to up her game, period. I am not saying she shouldn't talk about her experience. Even me talking about it now, to me, I feel I'm wasting my time. Because this amplification or using this as an advantage, as what? To amplify what we have been crying for, what every Nigerians have been crying for, what we have been talking about here on a daily basis, what Mr. Lalong has explained, what Dele Farotimi has written in books. He became #1 bestseller for Amazon. So is it what Kemi Badenoch is saying, that we should amplify and capitalize on that? Come on.
Yeah, well, Madam Rita,
I don't know if you get what I'm saying. There's nothing because listen, Nigerian politicians would not change. Whether Kemi Badenoch is conservative leader, whether she's the prime minister of the UK, Nigerians themselves, us, are the ones that will change Nigeria. Not looking for validation from
Madam Rita, they will change. They will change.
Party. They will change by what?
If you mount economic pressure on them, they will change.
If
We
a
need to
black
came out
person,
because of economic pressure. Madam
if
Rita.
Kemi Badenoch was in France and she was a black person and she was a leader of one of the most the top parties in France. I kid you not. I kid you
Madam
not.
Rita, no, they put all this
She would not.
racist stuff
This,
on top
I
of
am
this
not
issue.
talking about racism.
No, they put
Black
them.
Panther, if you do not understand, ask me.
Black
Don't
Panther,
put words
wait,
or you
finish.
assume or make aspersions that
Madam,
this is what I'm saying.
How should you
Madam
say
Rita,
if it is white, if it is black?
I
Black
said
It's
Panther,
not right
if he
now.
wasn't. Oh my good. It's like you're not even getting what I'm saying. It's Black Panther.
Black,
It's like you're
My
just in a box. You don't want to
my
just see from everybody's perspective.
I will
My
never
point
agree
is,
with your point.
I would not capitalize on what Kemi is saying or use the opportunity to amplify what we have been complaining about as Nigerians. To me, she's just a politician, and it is significant to the development or the change that Nigeria wants. It is significant right now. The Electorate has done bigger than Kemi Badenoch. What are we seeing today? Nnamdi Kanu has done bigger than what Kemi Badenoch is saying. What has happened today? Tell me, Peter Obi has done bigger.
Then who is going to
What has
do it?
happened? Then because Kemi has spoken, we should amplify it and be carrying flag.
Yes, we should amplify it.
It's to me, it's a
Because
waste of time.
that's the way
Makes
we
no
got
change.
military out. We amplified
It
and
doesn't make
economic
any
sanction
sense.
was given unto them. It changed the military and they were out.
If you want, listen, that is then.
We were in the struggle. It's not then, it can happen now. It's happening to Russia now. Russia is facing economic problem.
Sophisticated.
Rita.
Oh my
Black
goodness.
Panther, I beg, let Madam Rita
We know
finish.
they read books.
Black Panther, wait now, make Madam Rita finish. Biko. Dr. Sim, any interjection quickly?
My interjection is that I want people I want people to agree with me that such a idea of replying to Kemi should have been outsourced to something like Reno Mockery and not the V.
You make it easy. What are we amplifying it for? Capitalize on that.
I'm
not
Mockery
that doesn't have work. You will have continued the FFK.
That is what I'm saying.
That's something that's important. I should amplify on what Kemi is saying.
Madam Rita has agreed with you now.
Okay, yeah. Instead of the high office of VP to descend the solo to be, if you ever leave it to Reno Mokri, Jesu Tego, Nokpasa, all those people, made them the handler for Twitter. You pretend. Anyway,
I office my put. I office my put.
but to me, that's what it means. So
Dr. Sam, Dr. Sam.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So we shouldn't kill ourselves in one spot.
Exactly.
Let's move on. There are other important discussions we should have.
Move on.
Let's not dwell on this chemist thing, please. Let's move on to other issues.
Yes, thank you very much. What is Solomon Lalong? I know Solomon Lalong was talking about the cabals and controls the system in Nigeria. Well, to me, it's not new. We've been talking about cabal. Even Aisha Buhari at some point, she was shouting that the people who are around her husband, she never saw them before. Late is it Mama the one that died during the COVID was one of the people that was barricading her for even seeing her husband and all that stuff. So whatever Lalong is saying, it's not new to us. And you see, we always talk about non-state actors. Non-state actors, I kid you not, foreigners are part of the non-state actors. The only thing is that these so-called foreigners that are not Nigerians have people who work for them in Nigeria. And most of them are placed in high places in the society. They don't go into politics, but they are very influential. They have money, they have power. The politicians know them. Like the man from Bodilon, he knows them. The caliphate knows them. I'm not pointing a hand on anybody, but most of these handlers, or rather cabals that they call, they're usually non-state actors. And sometimes there's always a statement they say, okay, let me use what Two-Face sang, enter the place and you will see what's going on. So Jonathan, till today, I believe he was not even honest in telling us about his experiences being the president of Nigeria. He didn't. But definitely, for sure, the cabals who are controlling the country. The man from Bodilon, he obviously made a deal with the cabal. He made a deal with them. So anything by thing, somebody will turn up the beavers, because he's already seen that, okay, it wasn't going his way. So that is the Nigerian framework from 1960 to date. That is what is still going on. So whatever Lalong is saying, it's just that, subsequently, things are more sophisticated now. And the control is more sophisticated in terms of and more experienced. They know that when the cabals get that seat, because of the corrupt and twisted so-called constitution, they pinpoint and know where to place certain individuals. That is the sophistication, like in terms of security, in terms of the judiciary, in terms of the legislation. So they know where to place. That is the sophistication of the kind of network we're talking about. So no matter where you go through, and they will tell you while reading by the books, the law is selective in Nigeria. We all know that. In case some people don't know, the law is selective. The constitution is selective as well. It is selective. So this circle that we are going through, it has been captured. So when anybody who is a president of another country wants to talk about Nigeria or their experiences, or someone like Kemi Badenoch come and talk, it changes nothing. So sometimes you even ignore whatever they say. What is left is us, we Nigerians, that are facing it directly. Because the truth is that all these people outside Nigeria, they don't give a rat behind about us. It is their country first, not Nigeria first. They don't care about the high price of rice. They don't care, because at the end of the day, when they have their parties, it's the same sophisticated people that still come, that they invite these people that don't care about us. They attend their parties. They have their meetings outside Nigeria. They have the islands and wherever they meet. So at the end of the day, it is we that can solve our issue, not looking for validation from another person or a statement that we should continue to ride on. The times of Afeni Ferrer and what's the other group again? The one that's in America, that I've forgotten this other group, Nadeco. Those things have phased away. It's not going to work in the sophisticated criminal conglomerate that Nigeria is facing today. So we have to be sophisticated with what is happening today. That is the truth. The world is looking for allies to support their country. They don't care if it's at the detriment of that country. They are thinking about their country first. So I don't listen to world leaders or people like, or any politician from another country amplifying something, or somebody who was not Nigerian before, or is not in Nigeria, or half Nigerian, and making comments, whether good or bad. It changes nothing. It changes nothing with the sophisticated criminal conglomerate we have today. We have in this present day is different. Why do you think Nadeco is quiet? Why do you think Afeni Ferrer is kind of comatose in a sort of way? Everybody there is either too old or they're subservient to the criminality. They're kind of forced. Their hand is being bent. So what is left today is me and you. Forget about all those things that came. All those are distractions to me. All those things it's not worth the time. You can go ahead. Yes, you can
Madam Rita and everybody. Everyone listening.
1 minute.
Now, wait. Now my turn. You see me, I make and short. You see big issue for ground. It's me, I make and short.
Wait. Nobody get turn again. No, our turn.
I know now. I know now. Free all.
But I have been interrupted so much, but it's okay. It's part of the discussion.
There is no sophistication in what is happening in Nigeria. You may say it is coming from a different dimension, but there's no sophistication. Let me tell you a little bit about Russia. If you are following what is happening to the economy, there has been an economic sanction on them, and that sanction is pressuring them, and companies are leaving. That is why you see this serial stuff that happened that's further brought them down, because what their sales and arms has gone drastically down. That is what the economic sanction does. There's no sophistication. If you put it on Nigeria now, they will all drop, and you see pressure from the people will all come out. That is what the economic sanction does. So there's no sophistication. Whatever you call it, there's nothing that they are doing there that is new. If they apply it, it comes in different level. If they apply the first level, they are still playing game. They apply the second level, they will fall. And that's what happened during the Nadeco era.
Black Panther, I disagree with you.
If you like disagree, let me land. I'm making reference, and I'm not just speaking with my own authority. I'm bringing an authority for which has been practiced, and it has been there for more than before we even came. It has been happening. So there's no sophistication in it. What they are doing is that they're just working on us. And generational come, the new generation come, you don't know how the new generation is going to react. The way they are reacting around the other generation is quite different from this one. So what is happening, there is no amount of prosperity that a country will be if economic sanction is pressed on them, they will fall. Look at China. China is very careful. They are very careful. If an economic sanction comes now, they will fall because of their population. So we should not say something is, what is sophistication? Is it not man creation? If man create, man can destroy. So there's no sophistication there. It's not a tech issue. It's an economic issue. Political and economy. There's no sophistication there. It's the dimension which they are coming. That is what you should look at. And you should approach it with the upper dimension. That is it. That is where I'm coming from. So when you talk about sophistication, you make it look as if it's so difficult for Nigeria not to do it. No, we can do it. We can apply to so many countries of the world that can assist us. Applying economic sanction on them, they will push it down. What happened to Soweto apartheid? What happened then? Is it not the people that we are refusing now that help them? Was Nigeria not involved?
Black
Did they not take advantage of it?
Apartheid, the time of apartheid, and where we are 2024, the way the world is today, is
the
different
same thing
from apartheid.
now.
Because, listen to me, because the leadership that we had as at the time of apartheid is completely different now. Most African, not all, most African leaders that we have today, they're not the same. The ones that they're not this. Are you trying to say, do we have an African leader like Gaddafi today? Do we have an African leader like Thomas Sankara today? Do we have an African leader like Stephen Biko?
Your leaders, you have
do
to
we
be
have an African leader like Patrice Mulumba? Do we have an African leader like please listen to me.
Your leaders are more weaker now. Don't you know?
Okay, can you just listen to me? I just named these African leaders, even during the time of apartheid. They understood what was happening. They came together. Nobody betrayed anybody. The ones that were betraying, like Thomas Sankara that was betrayed, Patrice Mulumba that was betrayed, those ones have faced away. But as at the time of apartheid, the kinds of leaders, African leaders we had then, it's not the same now. So when you start saying there's no sophistication, like I was just laughing when you were saying that, oh, it's just economic and some political. Hello? There's some level of sophistication of when you want to see a criminal. I just mentioned the 3 tiers of government and how they have hijacked it and how they have placed people there. And when you come, like Dele Farotimi now, they will use that sophisticated evil network to make you seem like you need to be in jail. We will derob you. We will fine you some ridiculous amount of money. What are we talking about here? Let me tell you, it's not just the 3 tiers of government. We're talking about the financial system as well. Do you know that they're involved? Even the traditional system, they're involved. That is it's different from when you make such comparison. I just like, do you understand what is going on? No, listen, do you understand the kind of leaders
give me
we
example
have
of
today?
what you are talking. Give me an extract. Don't
What do
just
you
talk because you read something. Just give me an example.
Please, no. You see,
You
sometimes
don't just talk to the public like that. You have to give example where it has happened.
You just make certain statements that are you don't. Anyway, let me just leave that side, Black Panther.
I'm telling you that your leaders
Let me
now
leave that side.
are
You
more
asked me a
weaker.
question. Listen, you asked me a question. Nigeria as a case study. When I talk of sophistication, Nigeria as an experience, as a case study, with the man from Bodilon being the one sitting in Aso Rock right now. Who did he make the attorney general? Who did he make EFCC chairman? Who did he make chief of army staff? Who did he make CBN governor? I just saying, who did he make Chief Justice of Nigeria? I'm just talking about the top position now. The other subsidiary positions right now that I'm not going to mention that are still working for the same person. I have not finished. Please, he asked me a question and he asked me for an example. I need to explain.
Okay.
When I talk about this sophistication, right? Please, can you mute yourself? Who has he placed there? Why do you think he placed them there? Dele Alakeda, he made Minister of Solid Minerals. Do you think it was not a strategic position? Why did he not put Rufai as Minister of Solid Minerals? Because they already mapped it out. Petroleum, they know that they have mortgaged Nigerian crude oil for many years. You now said, okay, which other mineral resources do we have? We have solid minerals, a lot of them. There's some things I cannot even say here that I know for a fact. Nigeria has one state in Nigeria, one state in Nigeria, the mineral resources they have, it can turn the entire nation to Dubai. One state. I'm not even going to go further than what I just said. Now, this going back to his question now, all these people now surrounded around one person. Hello, because I cannot be travel blind. All of them are from his ethnic group, Yoruba, as it say, whether they're Ijebu, Ilesha, or whatever. Yoruba. You say there's no sophistication there. When somebody like Dele Farotimi now writes something,
Madam Rita, round up, please.
Against the system, look at where he is today. You think it's not sophistication?
Madam Rita, all this thing have happened before now.
I am using the word sophistication. I am using the word sophistication so people will know the depth.
Madam Rita, all this thing don't happen before.
Can I finish? Black Panther, you are interrupting me.
Madam Rita,
and tomorrow you tell me that I'm just getting it for what I read. It's what I am saying.
Madam
Rita, all this thing you are saying has happened
No,
before.
I will not allow you to speak. I will not allow you to speak. Nigerians today, including many Nigerians who live in Nigeria, thank you, sir. They don't understand the depth of what we are dealing with. If I tell you it's sophisticated, Along to tell you, he knows this man has been in government for a long time. He knows the nitty-gritty. He can't even say everything he sees. That's why I said it's sophisticated. It's beyond just within the walls of Nigeria. It's beyond that. It is not that it is not breakable or fixable, but we need to understand how rotten the system is. We need to use the right adjective so people understand the gravity of what we are facing. We can't just make it seem like it's a textbook or it's like apartheid. You go and make one musician and the clerk, whatever, where everybody will be singing and they know now everywhere will now be okay, peaches and cream. No, this is a different time and age. Right now, any country that wants to align with Nigeria, they're looking for allies right now. They're looking for money. They don't care about your economic system. They don't care. You think France cares about the economic system? Do you think they care? It's France first before anything. But Nigeria is me, myself, and my people. If not me, myself, and I. We need to understand the depth of the rules before now. That is the sophistication. So please, let us not make it like a lackluster thing. Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Yeah.
Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris.
Wait. Yes, you will talk about.
I beg, Mona talk on this issue well now.
Wait.
What if the sophistication where she they tell us? May I give her 3 country examples where it don't happen before?
Wait, Black Panther.
Show me sophistication when she they talk.
Wait, Black Panther. Madam Rita, they beat you. You they look for who go join you.
Wow.
You they look for who go join you. I beg, wait.
I don't look for who go join me. I want just enlighten the people.
Black Panther, wait. We don't overcross our time long ago. So I beg, whoever still there. Okay, Dr. Sam, don't work out. F. Emmanuel, you still there? Make I know. Okay, since F. Emmanuel not the Black Panther, I beg, just use 2 minutes to respond so that maybe we call Oga Naija Watch. Black Panther.
You see, he talk about sophistication. The only sophistication that you say that has changed is only the economy and monetary aspect. But in the political atmosphere, every country, the day it was created, everybody has been selfish. It's all about their country. It's all about their continent. Africa has been open. It's the only continent that has been open that was not ready to fight for its own because of greed. And let me give you an example. Mobutu, in Burkina Faso, the man that changed the name to Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, the deputy to Thomas Sankara, his father trained the guy from secondary school to university level. That's why he chose him. The way Agbado is choosing people that they have stayed together when he was in government. The suffocation Lalong is talking about is that they have tightened all the loophole where they can come in and talk to the president. Even phone conversation, you can't get to the president. And they are gagging the president that whatever they are saying out there is a lie. We have come out, this is our fact. And the president believes in his brothers and people that he has worked with. That is what is that. There's no sophistication there. Don't let them paint it, like one thing that Nigeria cannot understand. It has been happening. They only move it from one level to another level. There's no sophistication. Burkina Faso, Kenya, it happened in Kenya too. Arab Moi, it happened there. Go and read it. It happened in Uganda. The great, what is his name? It happened. All the people that he put in power, they were close to his cousin, his brother, his in-law. So I don't know if we think that history will never repeat itself. There is no sophistication. The only room where things have changed is the monetary aspect. That is where things have changed. And let's say the economy too, it has changed. But when you talk about sophistication in terms of governance, in terms of Nigeria first or England first, it has been there before it even came. It has been there. That is the thinking and that's the mentality of Western world. So where is the sophistication? Let us don't paint it high. Apartheid was there. There were many people. Nigeria, Boko Haram, terrorism, we call it terrorism. There are many people. The terrorists in apartheid were the white people. They were maiming and collecting land. The terrorists in Nigeria, they were maiming our people. They are collecting their land, taking their mineral resources. The same thing happened in apartheid. They went to school and bring down students in apartheid because they were rioting. Now Boko Haram came because they could not join them. They kidnapped. So there is no sophistication at all. It's just that Nigeria just left it to go on because we are already divided in the line of religion and nepotism and other things. That is what is happening. They've increased it. They move from level like what one guy said when I'm watching a channel. He said it's like this. The government carried Nigerians, put their head in the water, then bring their head back. Then Nigeria will say, "Oh, thank God I survived. The country is a little bit better now." When they do it, they will bring Nigeria again, put them underwater again, and bring them out. That is what they are doing. This is the person that explained this. Nayuto, he explained it very well, and even the elders that were on that channel, they were saying, "God." Now I understood it. There is no sophistication. It's just in a different dimension. They want to do it such a way that they oppress you, bring you down. That's what the apartheid regime also did. So I leave it here. So sophistication, I beg, more don't throw down one side. Now the same thing they do, but different way. There's no sophistication there. Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, we're a Black Panther, and to a large extent, well, me, I don't even, we will not go start on that topic again. It's actually a fine place to leave it, but yeah, we all have our different views, our perspective on all these issues. I'm just trying to be careful. I want to stay in the middle of what both of you have said. I just want to stay in the middle somehow. I don't want this discussion to extend further. But for whatever it is, we both have points. You are seeing it from different angles. Personally, I believe that Africans really have a lot to do for ourselves. To be honest, we have a lot to do. These Oyibo people, we are never going to get any help, anything from them. But one thing I know that I've been using to sing here, that no matter how much we complain, say now, Oyibo people now they don't make it. Once you are ready, if you get that dedicated leader, that committed leader, you will free yourself. You will free yourself. There's this example of these young guys in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. You can see what they are doing. There's this other guy in Senegal. You can see what these guys are doing for their country, because these are selfless people. And kid you not, it has happened before. These are not new. I think all of you have mentioned Thomas Sankara and the story that Black Panther painted was actually correct. It was the guy the parents adopted. I grew up with him. that finally betrayed him to the white people. You can see there's always an element of the black man there. Is it Mobutu Sese Seko? The same thing, you know, the same thing. Even Patrice Lumumba, the same story. They always use one of us to betray us. But that does not exonerate the white people as a race. They are greedy, and they are people that should be, there are people that we should be very, very careful if we are dealing with them because they are very greedy. Unfortunately, they have greedy collaborators amongst us that they can easily use. It's so easy for you to talk about Nelson Mandela today, as if it was all rosy for him. We forget that the greatest opposition Nelson Mandela faced was also a black man like himself, and that is the person of Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who now founded the Inkatha Freedom Party, just like Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, it was like that. I'm sure a lot of people don't even hear about Mangosuthu Buthelezi, but this was somebody, they were both fighting apartheid, but it was vehemently against Nelson Mandela style. Buthelezi wanted more violence, wanted the use of GUN like that. But Mandela was opposed to that because of that they felt like they had so much quarrel, bitter rivalry. The people fighting for apartheid was splitted through across the middle. But somehow, Nelson Mandela persevered and he went to jail and finally he came out. But before he even came out, Mangosuthu was already there doing his own thing. The Inkatha Freedom Party is still there. So the reason I just had to say all this is that imagine if Buthelezi, if they had just penetrated him. It's just that you have so many good people that were on the side of Nelson Mandela. Imagine if they had penetrated him. Maybe South Africa would not be talking about their independence today. But the whole story, what's the importance of what I'm saying contextually now? The context is this. No matter how we look at it, there are two things. One, there's always a collaborator amongst us. Two, that does not mean that the West, they are not against the development of Africa. They are, but there's always somebody amongst. There's always one of us that will be there, willing tools. Now, I left this example to the very last of this discussion, talking about willing tools. 2014, 19 northern governors, they went to the US, had a meeting with Obama, including this Shetima. What was their complaint? Including all of them said Ebele Jonathan, good luck, was buying Northerners because he was fighting Boko Haram, and they shouldn't sell weapons for Jonathan to do whatever he was going to do to fight the fight against Boko Haram. They did that, and Obama flowed because it was a very good opportunity that the America lashed on. Because the Americans, in all sincerity, they know they have all this intelligence. They have intel. They know that Jonathan is not in that league. But somehow, because 19 governors, they've come you know, to ask for their help. So they saw it as an opportunity to quickly come in. But Jonathan was the economic policies, they were all moving in the right direction. But that doesn't mean Jonathan didn't fail. He failed like the rest of them. I'm not making any excuse for him. I'm just painting a scenario. How we always have a ready collaborators that we always work with these so-called Western people, the people from the Western world. So, and they refuse to sell weapons for Jonathan. The onslaught continued to the extent Obama had to address Nigeria on television, and they kept Jonathan incommunicado. In his book, Jonathan said he was even surprised that he didn't have any problem with the British Prime Minister, David Cameron. But after the fracas with Obama, when he started calling Cameron, Cameron was no longer picking his call. And he knew that, okay, the West is now against him. Of course, if Cameron was not picking his call, Canada would take suit and the rest of the European Union, they will just follow like that. So the point in all this, we see that in our own case, the willing collaborators was the North in this case. And the Chibok girls, we saw Obama and his wife, they carrying placards, this, that. At the end of the day, Jonathan was kicked out of office. And there's this South African incident that people keep talking about, and when they refused to sell weapons to Jonathan, Jonathan had to go and sort for weapons in alternative market. Well, it wasn't really alternative; it's a known market. But the South Africans, they were kind of skeptical because most of these um, military hardwares were given to them by the US, and one of the things is that they cannot sell to the people that the US is not in line with. So they wanted to do it backdoor. That was the origin of Bishop Pastor Jaffer. They had to use his private aircraft to go and purchase these ammunitions, military hardware from South Africa. But of course, like Jonathan said, Boko Haram were part of his government and they leaked this information, and the rest they say is history. The funds were seized and that transaction couldn't go on. So Jonathan was essentially handicapped by the West in collaboration with Nigerians. So that has been the story of Africa, the dark continent, the continent that has refused to grow. Well, having said all those, this broadcast ought to have ended like 1 hour 30 minutes ago. Like I said, having said all those, we can't just end the broadcast like that. Madam Rita and Black Panther, if you have just one minute to put your voice so that we can go home. 1 minute each. Black Panther.
I want to thank everybody that have come in. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. I want to thank everybody that has spoken. We'll continue to learn. We'll continue to argue it out. We'll continue to do it the way we are doing it. And what we need now is to give out information so that the people will be well equipped to do the needful. And I want us to all take this thing to notice now. Anytime there's something happening in Nigeria, we should not react the normal way. Let us think, reason, strategize before we push. I want to thank Mommy's Diaspora, Nigeria Watch. May God bless you. Thank you for giving us this platform once again. Thank you so very, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chris, for making it very simple for us to, understand and follow along with you so that we have a very good argument and discussion out here. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Black Panther, and thank you for staying today on this broadcast. And we just move steadily to Madam Rita. Madam Rita, you want to give us a 1 minute? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chris, Mr. Elvis. Thank you very, very much for giving me this opportunity. My last word is Nigerians, do not waste your time and energy to be distracted by the likes of Kemi Badenoch's comments. She's a politician. She's playing her politics. She's getting all the attention. Whatever she's saying today about her own personal experience is no different. It's not news for us. In fact, what she experienced is the tip of the iceberg, compared to what many of us have experienced. But the point is, we shouldn't use her as a yardstick to say, yes, somebody outside Nigeria has just told us our experience. Yes, this is what it is. Yes, so the system must be changed. Our leaders must change. No, let us focus on speaking to our leaders ourselves. If you need to write a book like Dele Farotimi, do that. Just ignore people like Kemi Badenoch because she's using Nigerians to amplify her popularity and it's working. So have a good night, everybody. And by God's grace, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. And my loving Mommy Diaspora. I love you, Mama. Bye.
Yeah, Madam Rita, have a happy good night, she says. Thank you, Madam Rita, for your final thoughts on this discussion today. Yeah, we 2 minutes gone past the hour mark, and we have 1 hour 32 minutes gone past our supposed closing time. So let's quickly give a shout out to the people on the comment section. Hiring the finest of them all. I can see you there, so that's why I decided to start with you. It's been a while, Madam Irene, and the finest. Good to have you today on the broadcast. And Chidima Unwuru, thank you so much. McDonald Igudaro, Fumi, Bulama Bamba. It's good to have all of you on the broadcast. Abuazi, I can see your guy Abuazi. Who is there again? Yeah, all of you. I'm Tony Africa. Simeon Onuigboje, Simon Onuigboje, whatever it is, but just accept our pronunciation. And Johnson Emmanuel. Johnson Emmanuel, it's good to see you today and always cherish your contribution. You're able to say the way it is without fear or favor. That's good. And even Simeon Onuigboje. Yeah, I like the way you people come. No pandering, no trying to be how did they say that? Patronizing, yeah. Bulama Bamba, Maxwell CA. It's good to have you on the broadcast, Maxwell. Who did there again? I think I've mentioned Tony Africa. Who is there again? The comment section was quite hot, and of course, I'm not going to leave. Madam Peggy Modi, it's good to have you on the broadcast today. And those of you that didn't make it today, we know we're expecting you tomorrow. Madam Love Maduka, good evening to you. Welcome to the show, but we are just closing now. I know you've been there somewhere. And Chidima Unwuru. Chidima, I'm sure that I greeted you before. And the host of others, we greet you all from the depth of our heart. And all of you that are listening to us from all over the world. Obviously, there's no way we can know your name, but we know you are there, and we can see Fumi. Thank you so much, Fumi. We know all of you, you are there, you value this station. Again, Kingsley Ogiriaki, thank you so much. We know you value this station, and you always find a way to be part of this broadcast, irrespective of distance. You try to call in or you join on the comment section. Thank you so much to all of you, and don't forget, use the like button, share button, and $sign. You can also do this even after the end of the broadcast. If you are watching the playback, it's even more interesting then, so that you are settled. You can pause, you can do whatever you want to do, and come back and continue from where you left it off. So thank all of you. Thank you. And let me quickly give a shout out to people on the panel: Madam Patricia Tagbajumi, Pansat, Omashola, Black Pana, F. Emmanuel, who was there again, Dr. CM, and of course the Amazon, Madam Reader. Thank you all for bringing your voice to today, and I expect to see all of you, and many more later today. Yeah, it's gone to later today. And who else is there? Yeah. Now let me go to Ogana and Jawash. Ogana and Jawash. That's also apology we give every day. Today, not another day for apology. We're just rounding up the broadcast,
Thank you.
and that was 10 o'clock, but now we have taken it 3 hours extra. So
Thank you.
I hope you understand. We are sorry, we improve. And after that, Mommy Diaspora, thank you so much, Mommy, for all you do. You are indeed a jewel in the savannah. Thank you. May the good Lord continue to bless you and grant you all your heart desires, and keep supporting this station and grow from strength to strength. And out of that strength, it just flows to all of us. To find a way to allow this strength to flow to every one of us, so that we also can be able to do all these things we are doing without getting tired at any point in time. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to invite Mr. Ninja, but if he's not immediately available, we've come to the end of the broadcast today. Please join us later today.
Thank you, Oga Chris. Thank you very much, Oga Chris. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. God bless you. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much for your time. We've come to the end of the broadcast. We're going to continue again later on by God's grace, 7 p.m. Nigeria time. Help us to press on the like before you leave. Help us to share if you're playing back this video later on. Appreciate every one of you that came into the panel today. Oga Chris, thank you very much, sir. Oga CM, Black Panther, Mandarita, F. Emmanuel, Manda Patricia Tagbajumi, Mashallah, thank you. Oga, and many others that came in, and Oga Pansat as well. Yeah. Appreciate you all, my people. Thank you so much. And the super chat we got today from Love God is my strength. Thank you very much. We appreciate you always. And those of you that called in, God bless every one of you. Thank you so much. And the people right on the comment section, Thank you very much, Mother, for Mommy Diaspora. We appreciate you, Mommy, for all that you do. Thanks, Mother Iris Finest. Thank you, Abu Azi. We appreciate you for all that you do. Tony Africa, thank you. Shidima, thank you, my people. I can see you right there. Fumi. Yes, you come to the end of the broadcast, like I said before. I'll see you guys later. Good night and bye for now.
It's where I meant to be.